University of the Tri-State Area.
WLIW's local broadcast of this program is made possible by Borders. Borders has holiday gifts like Julia and Jacques cooking at home. Borders with 13 locations in the New York area and on the web at www.borders.com.
Funding for A Taste of Hanukkah was provided by the annual support of PBS viewers like you. Additional funding was provided by
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Theodore Bickel.
Chanukah, Chanukah, Jontef a scheiner, a lustiger, a freilicher, nicht da noch a seiner. Alle Nacht in Dreitel spielen wir, so die Käse-Latkes essen wir. Alle Nacht in Dreitel spielen wir, so die Käse-Latkes essen wir. Geschwinder sind Kinder, die kleinige Lichtalachon. Sagt alla Nissim, dann Gott von die Nissim und kommt Gischer tanzen in Korn. Sagt alla Nissim, dann Gott von die Nissim, kommt Gischer tanzen in Korn. Hello, I'm Theodore Bickel. Welcome to A Taste of Hanukkah. We've gathered here to celebrate Hanukkah, the festival of lights. Joining me is music director and klezmer wizard, Hank Osnetsky. As well as singers and instrumentalists from the New England Conservatory who will bring us Hanukkah music from many lands and in many languages. Our music is a celebration of food, fun, heroism, and faith, and miracles. Hanukkah is a story that is over 2,000 years old, a century and a half before the first Christmas. The story of a war fought by Jews whose land had been invaded, but who refused to bow to the demands that they worship false gods and idols. A small band of courageous Jews, the Maccabees, outnumbered, fought back, and recaptured Jerusalem. But the Holy Temple had been desecrated, and the eternal light was dark. They found only one container of oil for the light that was still untouched and pure, only enough to burn for one day, yet the Maccabees lit the flame and it burned for 8 days. This is the miracle we celebrate in every land where Jews live by kindling the Hanukkah lamps with 8 candles, and here, with a Judeo-Spanish touch, 8 candelicas.
vivir con alegrías y placer. Muchas fiestas por hacer con alegrías y placer. Candelas para mí. Los pastelicos voy a comer con almendricas y la miel. Los pastelicos voy a comer con almendricas y la miel. Candelitas, 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 8 candelas para mí.
Remember all the hustle and bustle as Chanukah approaches, the irresistible smells, the waiting. But finally it arrives, and on each of the 8 days, for a few moments, everything stops for the holiest moment, the blessing and lighting of the candles. I have watched the light from these candles shine in my children's eyes, as it shone in mine when I was small. Blessed are the candles and the children. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet Cantor Morton Shames.
Baruch atah Hashem. Ato Hashem. Shehianu, Ekimanu, Ehigianu, Ehigianu, Shehianu, Ekimanu, Ehigianu, Lazman Hazeh, Shehianu, Ekimanu, Ehigianu, Lazman Hazeh.
On Chanukah, we also remember there is a power greater than we. On the Sabbath of Chanukah, we read from Zechariah, and we are reminded the Jews were saved not by might, not by power, but by my spirit, saith the Lord. Lo b'chayil. Chanukah is a time of celebration and gifts. And now is the time for you to remember all the wonderful programs that public television brings into your home and make a contribution. Call your friends at this public television station and show your appreciation with a pledge of financial support. Your gift will make possible many more remarkable programs like A Taste of Chanukah throughout the year.
Now, when we go to see a program like A Taste of Chanukah right here on WLIW, I'm delighted to have the opportunity to welcome you into the WLIW studio because we're here live this evening to tell you that we have a wonderful celebration in store for you. Not only a terrific program, but the great Five-ish Finkel standing right here beside me.
Thank you very much.
Now, Five-ish, what do you think of when you think of Chanukah?
I think of Hanukkah that it's the miracle time. It's a miracle time to think of a little bit of oil that people thought it would last in those days, maybe a few hours, and the miracle was it lasted 8 days. To me, it's a miracle. I lived a miracle. Many people used to say that when I was young, I said, one day I would love to play Broadway. They said, it'll take a miracle for you to get there. So the miracle happened. I went on Broadway, I did Hollywood, I did a series called Picket Fences, which to me was a big miracle to get a series like that at my age. And it's the time of miracles.
Well,
Hanukkah's beautiful. It's miracle time.
It is no miracle that Five-ish Finkel won an Emmy for his performance, and it's no
Thank you.
miracle that we're here with you this evening, and now it's your opportunity to take a little advantage of this by going to the phone, becoming a member, and we'll say thank you with a very special gift. Susan's going to tell you all about it. Susan?
Good evening, I'm Susan Murphy. Are you enjoying A Taste of Chanukah, hosted by Theodore Bickel? Well, then certainly you're going to want a copy of this for your home video library. We certainly have a lot more of the show to come. Coming up in the second part, we're going to learn how to make potato latkes and again celebrate the songs and sacred prayers from around the world. You make your pledge to WLIW at the $75 level, and we are going to be able to send you a copy of the show so that it can become a tradition in your house every single year with your family. And again, this tape is exclusive to public television. You can only get it through us because we are the station that brings you the wonderful cultural celebrations from around the world that we do. Would you like 2 copies of the show? One to keep, one to give as a gift. We can do that when you make a pledge of $125. So go to the phone, use a credit card if you can. Makes the pledge process so much simpler for both of us, and we'll send you 2 copies of A Taste of Chanukah. We have the music as well. For a pledge of $150, we can send you a copy of the show plus the CD, or we could send you a copy of the show plus the audio cassette. What a wonderful little gift that would be for someone perhaps not in our viewing area who doesn't have the opportunity to celebrate the way we do this evening here, celebrating Hanukkah with Theodore Bickel and this wonderful cast. Go to the phone, make that pledge of support at whatever level suits you. It will certainly suit us. If you're enjoying A Taste of Hanukkah, by the way, we also have the show that started it all called A Taste of Passover. If you were with us last spring, you saw Theodore Bickel in this show as well, and those pledge dollars went to purchase A Taste of Hanukkah. What a great example of pledge dollars at work. When you make that pledge at the $125 level, we can send you both shows. Again, what wonderful tapes to keep in your home video library to share with family and friends. You know, Hanukkah means dedication, but the word also takes its meaning or takes its root from the Hebrew word education. Dedication and education, 2 of the things that public television is indeed dedicated to. Please go to the phone and make that pledge to 1-800-767-2121. Doesn't matter what you pledge. It does matter that you make that call right now to say you support this kind of programming right here on WLIW. Please call now.
I remember, Five-ish, that one of my fondest memories when I was a child was when my brother came home from Hebrew school and taught me the Hanukkah prayer. I couldn't wait to have a chance to alternate lighting the candles with him. What do you enjoy most about the holiday season? What do you like?
The holiday season brings families together. I have my grandchildren come, my sons, they come, and my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren. They all come, they want to see the old man, that's me, of course.
Of course.
To do and bench the Chanukah licht. I get a thrill out of it, always did. Even when I was a youngster, when I watched my parents do it, they should rest in peace. We always look forward to pray the Hanukkah candles, and we always got a big thrill out of it. And Hanukkah the best gift for Chanukah, they say, is money. Chanukah geld.
Chanukah geld.
That's right, Chanukah geld. So you don't have to worry what kind of a present you're going to buy.
Well, I have to tell you, I used to get 8 gifts when I was a child, and I have a daughter that's away at school, and I must tell you, this morning I sent out a big box with 8 gifts for the 8 nights of Hanukkah. She's not a baby, but I think this is the kind of holiday that everybody celebrates. It's timeless and ageless, wouldn't you say?
Timeless and ageless, and the food is good.
Oh, it certainly is.
The food is good, you know, the pancakes, the latkes. They say
Without doubt.
pancakes. Pancakes is not a word. Latkes is a word. You say latkes, oh my God, I'm going to have latkes today. That's a word.
Well, tonight...
That starts you off.
Tonight you're getting a real taste of Hanukkah right here on WLIW. We're delighted to be premiering the show right here in the tri-state area. It's special for you, an early celebration of the season. Go to the phones, make that call of support, become a member of WLIW.
Listening to Ronnie and Fivish, I want to break into a chorus of tradition from Fiddler on the Roof. But that's what's so important about this holiday. And in fact, it is a Hanukkah tradition that the candles are lit with every member of the household present, if possible. And that's what makes it such a family-oriented holiday, is that everybody can take part. And in this program tonight, you are enjoying the traditions and the stories of Hanukkah that you too can share with your family. When you make your pledge to us of $75, we're going to send you a copy of the show so that it can become a ritual for the years to come, so that your great-grandchildren will gather around and watch the show with you. Make that pledge at $75 and we'll send you 1 copy. Would you like 2? 1 to keep and 1 to give as a gift? We'll send you 2 for a membership pledge of $125. So go to the phone and make that call. If you're enjoying the music from the show, we can send you a great combination gift of the VHS of the program, the home video, plus either your choice of the CD or the audio cassette for a generous $150 membership. You choose whether it's the CD or the cassette to go along with the VHS tape. But again, it's not so much what you pledge to us, it's that you go to the phone and show your support for this kind of cultural programming right here on WLIW. You're not finding it on any other channels, but you are finding it here. Celebrating the tradition of Hanukkah around the world could only come to public television because viewers have supported shows like this in the past. So please, become a part of the programming process here at your public television station. Show us how much you enjoy the shows by calling in a pledge of support that you feel is appropriate. The number's right there on the screen, 1-800-767-2121. Please call now, and thank you.
We've been talking about Hanukkah, the Festival of Lights. So it's a story of a miracle of a little bit of oil that instead of burning for 1 day, burned for 8. Isn't that something that we should all be proud of? When you see the miracle of Judaism, of the Jewish homeland, it's just remarkable.
Absolutely, and we're so happy that your station does it. That's why it should really be supported, you know. They say that culture costs money. It does. And you get lots of culture from this station.
You certainly
Wonderful
do.
culture. So if you send something, it's a big mitzvah, it's a good deed, it's tax deductible, which is very important.
Very important
and,
this time of year.
And we appreciate that people do that here, because what you show here is really out of this world. And it's really great material comes out of this station.
And you know, we don't only take this night to show programs like this. As a matter of fact, we have a whole slew of programs with an association that we've had with the Jewish Television Network. And on Sunday afternoons, we show a whole host of programs. We now have a 92nd Street Y series that we air on Monday evenings. As a matter of fact, there's one coming up with Elie Wiesel. I had a chance to meet him, and he's quite a remarkable individual. Isn't he something?
It's an honor to meet a man like
absolutely,
that. You know.
Absolutely.
Great honor. And as I said before, you know, being in the Yiddish theater for 3/4 of my life, we appreciate the idea that it's still alive. And you people keep it alive with the holidays of Chanukah and Rosh Hashanah and Pesach and Yom Kippur, all of them. I could stand here for hours figuring out our holidays. That's why people love to be Jewish.
That's right.
Look at all the wonderful holidays you
They
get.
get to eat, they get to celebrate,
everything.
all the wonderful things.
And you get to dance.
Yes, and tonight, you only have to dance on over to your phone. That's all you have to do.
Oh, that's very easy. I could do that anytime, you know.
The number's on your screen. Go to the phone right now, make that call, become a member of your public television station.
Get a mitzvah. It's wonderful.
And while indeed we do air all the wonderful programs from the Jewish Television Network, from the 92nd Street Y, we celebrated Israel's 50th birthday with Takuma, Israel at 50. It's because viewers have become members. We cannot bring you these shows unless you go to the phone and become a member. So you're thinking, oh, well, all those other people went to the phone. I don't really need to become a member. Yes, you do, because you need to continue the programs into the coming year and into the next generation. When you make your pledge to us right now at $75, we're going to be able to send to you a copy of A Taste of Hanukkah, the show you are enjoying right now. We still have 2 more acts for you to enjoy, so don't go anywhere except to the phone to make that pledge of support. 1-800-767-2121. Use a major credit card if you can. If you'd like to have 2 copies of the show, one to keep and one to give as a gift, make a pledge of $125, and we're going to send you both copies of the show. We have the music from the show as well. A $150 package allows us to send you the home video version of the show, and then you get to choose either the cassette or the CD, and it includes, by the way, the CD and cassette have 6 extra songs that aren't in the broadcast version of the program. So it's really quite a value to share all these songs from literally the Spanish translations. We're going to see a lot more gospel coming up in the next couple of acts, and the wonderful sacred prayers that you probably say with your family. They're all included here. Make that pledge of support right now. We also have, if you would like to get in on some of the wonderful programs that Theodore Bickel has hosted, we have the original, A Taste of Passover plus A Taste of Hanukkah, for a pledge of $125. They're just our thank you gifts. What you're truly purchasing is more great programming in the future. It's not our call, it's yours, to the number right there on the screen. Please make it, and thank you.
You know, I was short just 1 gift.
What was that?
Well, I had 7 gifts. I needed 1 more because I shipped off 7 this morning, and now I have the perfect 8th gift because the tape of this program is just something that I know that my child will enjoy.
Oh, I certainly. My wife, you know, Trudy, she's here, in fact, in the studio, and she loves that tape.
Isn't it wonderful?
She loves that tape, and we play it all the time. I mean, not only Hanukkah, we play it all year round.
That's the nice thing about it.
It's so good. It's a wonderful tape. You know, you take Theodore Bickel, great artist,
absolutely,
great humanitarian, and a great actor, and a very, very dear friend of mine. And my son, Elliot, whenever he goes on, you know, to perform, on the road or anywhere, he accompanies him and he conducts for him. Yes.
Isn't that exciting?
I have another son, Ian. Also, he arranges the music.
You have a very talented
family.
family.
And a fine xylophonist.
A very talented family.
And they're appearing in Sutton Place Synagogue.
Isn't that wonderful?
December 7th. Oh, even if I wouldn't be there, they're a treat.
Well,
but I'll be there.
I think it's
I got to be there.
I think it's
I got to know where my
treat.
children are.
Well, we know where your family's going to be, and we know where you're going to be, right here watching A Taste of Hanukkah. But be sure to enjoy it as a member, not just a viewer. It only takes a phone call.
A miracle of a lamp that burns.
WLIW's local broadcast of this program is made possible by Borders. Borders has holiday gifts like Julia and Jacques cooking at home. Borders with 13 locations in the New York area and on the web at www.borders.com.
I'm Theodore Bickel, and this is A Taste of Hanukkah from New England Conservatory's Jordan Hall in Boston. Hanukkah is a joyous holiday. We remember it with gifts that we exchange each of the 8 nights, with games, and of course, with special food. Somebody once said that most Jewish holidays could be summed up in one phrase, and this is truer of Hanukkah than of most. They tried to kill us, they didn't succeed, let's eat.
I am Chassid Siegel and came to be with you at that beautiful holiday, Hanukkah. It is a beautiful holiday of lights, Chag HaOrot, a beautiful holiday for Chag HaNisim, miracles. And you heard the sound of Hanukkah, music of Hanukkah, everything else about Hanukkah, but you did not hear what you came for, the taste of Hanukkah. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about. As you know, Hanukkah is known all over the world. The food for Hanukkah is latkes. Now we want to know why potato latkes? Why not from something else? We could make latkes from any other substance. You know that the Jewish people, what they ate every day, it's written down and you know it, it's bulbas, potatoes. It's even a song, Zondag bulbas, Montag bulbas, Dienstag, Mittwoch bulbas, Donnerstag bulbas, Freitag bulbas, Shabbos, a kugel from bulbas. And it shows you that the people ate bulbas all the time. So what do you think is going to be the latkes made of? Of bulbas, because that was very tasty, very accessible. Now, who discovered the bulba latke? Where did it come from? That was easy for me to find out. From my family, my great-grandmother's sister-in-law. You may heard of her. Her name was Chaya Bailey. She came from a small town, Kupashuk, and everybody knew her because they called her Chaya Bailey the Latke. She made the most beautiful latkes in the world. She made latkes even in the middle of the year, so they named her Chaya Bailey the Latke. And because she made such good latkes, I have the recipe. Nobody else has the recipe. And because you came to hear me, I'll share it with you. What I do, I take 3 medium-sized potatoes. I take an onion, an egg, and a 1/4 cup of flour. And we take out the old-fashioned food processor. And you grind the potatoes, and you have to be very careful not to keep the hand too close to it, otherwise you'll have fleshige latkes. I don't think you'll like to have it. And you do take afterwards the onion. That is a little bit harder. You see, every Jewish affair, every joyous occasion, we share tears. It comes to making latkes, that's enough that we have potatoes to grind, so we have to have the onions. So you look away or put on glasses, or even better, ask your husband to do it for you. I think that will avoid everything. Now, if you mix it up all together, which I mixed it up before because we want to save time, and we start making the latkes. Now, you know, I don't like when people call latkes pancake. A pancake is not a latke. A pancake looks like a sick latke. A pancake looks like a latke that has the mumps. You know, when you make latkes, it's one food that not only tastes good, but it smells good in the kitchen. Now, we make the latkes and we put it on a plate afterwards. Latke could be also, as you know, frozen. You can put it as a side dish, but mostly people do it as a main dish. I do it as a main dish, and you serve it that applesauce, cinnamon, or sour cream, whatever you want to give it, serve it that. It will go. You can eat it without anything too. Nobody complained yet. Now, you put it afterwards on a paper towel to absorb the fats. But the most important thing, don't put all the latkes on one plate and put it on the table. People start grabbing it. Nothing will be left. So what you do, you take a big plate and put the latkes and bring over to each one separate and give them a few latkes and move away. Because it would be no end to it. And a little of the latkes you put away for later for yourself. If you don't know something about the latkes that I didn't mention it, you can find us on the website. www. Of course, latke.com.mit.
Whether you believe the story of the miracle of the lamp literally, as a child might, matters little. What does matter is the notion that freedom is like the light that burns brightly in spite of those who seek to extinguish it. And freedom is not something that you win and then put away in a closet. It has to be fought for in every generation, whenever and wherever it is threatened. That is the reason we must remind ourselves of the struggle year after year. Al-Hanisim, of the miracles we speak. Rock of Ages, let our song praise thy saving power. Chanukah literally means dedication. Faith and dedication have sustained the Jewish people for thousands of years. If those determined souls in Jerusalem over 2,000 years ago had not fought for what they believed, the Jewish religion might have faded into darkness. So, each year in the dark of the winter days, we celebrate the Festival of Lights, and we celebrate the strength of tradition and dedication, which help us always to remember. Please, join me in Rock of Ages, Ma'oz Tzur. Mizmor Hi, I'm Theodore Bickel. I'm sure you agree with me that public television serves all of us with excellent programming. It provides unique opportunities for viewers of all ages to grow, both intellectually and spiritually. Now, we all need to remember that while we need public television needs us too. Please, call now and make a pledge of financial support so that this public television station can continue to provide you with programming that brightens our world.
Good evening, I'm Susan Murphy, enjoying with you a taste of Hanukkah with Theodore Bickel. Truly, the song Rock of Ages, which is a song shared in the Judeo-Christian tradition, was a wonderful number. And coming up, we're going to see I Have a Little Dreidel done in doo-wop. Believe me, it's coming up in the next act. Go to the phone and make a pledge of support right now to us so that we can send you a copy of the show. If you're enjoying it, hopefully with your family, this is going to become a holiday classic in your house, I can promise you. A Taste of Hanukkah will be our thank you gift when you pledge $75 to us right now at 1-800-767-2121. Using a major credit card makes things go so much quicker for both of us, and those pledge dollars get to work a lot faster. If you would like both two copies of the show, one to keep and one to give as a gift, make a pledge of $125 and we will send you 2 copies of the show. We also have the music as well. In fact, on this CD, there are 6 more songs they couldn't include in the broadcast. So when you make a pledge of $175, we are going to be able to send you the VHS of the program and then your choice of either the CD or the cassette, and that's at the $150 level, not $175. So go to the phone and make that pledge of support. All we ask is that you make one call once a year, and you've done your part in supporting great programming right here on WLIW. The network and cable television programs really don't devote much time to cultural celebrations around the world, and certainly very little to Hanukkah. But here at WLIW, we understand the needs and interests of our audience. And why do we understand? Because you have made your preferences known, and you can make your appreciation known in the form of a membership. 1-800-767-2121, $75. We send you a copy of the show as our thank you gift. Please go to the phone and call now, and thanks.
When I was watching Kaiser Siegel make those potato latkes, she claims that it was her great-grandmother's sister-in-law who invented the potato latkes.
Is that so?
I have to disagree
Well,
with her.
what about my grandmother?
And my grandmother, I was going to say the same thing. My grandmother could tell you exactly how to make it. She never exactly shared it with me, but did your grandmother make potato latkes for you?
Great potato latkes. You remember it all year because it remained in your stomach for a year.
That's for sure.
So it was like a monument. It stayed right there. And you remember her latkes.
Without doubt.
Great latkes.
Did
really.
you know, I just came back from Israel, and I just found out that they do not really make potato latkes in Israel.
No.
They make jelly donuts for Hanukkah.
Jelly donuts.
Jelly donuts
all right,
for Hanukkah.
whatever.
Fried pastries.
As long as it's a festive occasion.
Absolutely.
You could eat whatever you like.
That's exactly right.
Jelly donuts, so it's jelly donuts. You want to eat latkes, it's latkes.
Exactly. The important thing is the celebration and the miracle that occurred all those years ago, and the fact that we're here tonight bringing you this very special program. And public television is so important because it does bring this kind of programming here.
It means a great deal. Public television means a great deal. We need it. We absolutely need it. And if you need it, you got to see that it stays that way, because our children have to look at something decent. We all have to look at anything decent. It's worldly affairs, worldly knowledge, great music, great culture. We need those kind of things.
Well, you can.
And this is the place to get it.
Without doubt.
So people should call and give a donation, no matter what kind, no matter how small, no matter how big, you're going to love it.
Absolutely. So you go to the phone and make that call right now.
Thank you.
Gee, I have a brother-in-law who said maybe he didn't invent latkes, but certainly believes he has perfected them, and I might have to agree. Latke recipes should be shared, and the one you saw tonight in the program is one that you might want to try at home. We have so much more of the show to share with you, but we'd like you to share a little bit something with us, and that would be a gift of membership to us at a level that you feel is appropriate. If it can be at the $75 level, then we are going to be able to send you a copy of the show to enjoy every Hanukkah from now until the end of time, so that you can make it a family tradition in your home. Make that pledge at the $75 level, and you're not buying the videotape. What you are purchasing is more great programming here at WLIW. programming in the tradition that you approve of. Would you like 2 copies of the show? Make that pledge at the $125 level, and 2 copies will be sent out, and you can give that as a gift. And if you're enjoying the music from the show, particularly, allow us to send you at the $150 level a copy of the show, plus your choice of either the CD, or we also have the audio cassette as well. It would be your choice, and the CD and audio cassette contain an extra 6 songs that we weren't able to put into the broadcast version. And again, these are exclusive to WLIW and public television. We bring you these programs, and these are the only way they can come into your home is by your supporting membership right here at WLIW. You know, one of the things that's so nice about the Hanukkah tradition is that they say that the candles that are lit on Hanukkah cannot be used for practical purposes. They may be only used to enjoy and to view and to ponder and to remember the miracle that happened with the Maccabees those many centuries ago. If you are appreciating tradition in your house as we come in to the celebration of Hanukkah, please show that appreciation with a call to 1-800-767-2121. Please make that call right now. And again, at the $75 level is a copy of the show, and we can send you 2 when you join us with a pledge of $125. Using a major credit card speeds everything up, and there's almost no paperwork for you to catch up on. But please, the important thing isn't how much you pledge. It's that you make your taste in television known to us. The only way that happens is with membership. The phone number's right there. The process takes just minutes, and the benefits last an entire year. Please make that call, and thanks.
We're so happy to have Fivish Finkel here with us in the studios, but this isn't the first time Fivish has come to visit us here. As a matter of fact, you've been an integral part of some of the other Jewish programming that we've done here. You were a star in a Lafatira mitzvah.
Oh, I love doing it.
Did you?
Oh, I love doing it. It was really a thrill for me to be in that documentary. It showed everything, what we did, and the food we spoke about, and the people and coming to this country many years ago. I love doing that documentary. It's one of the best documentaries that I ever did, you know. A laugh, a tear, a mitzvah, that explains everything.
It most certainly does. And the fun thing about a program like that is it gives us an opportunity to kind of look at ourselves and look at the program and say, gee, that looks just like my great aunt so-and-so. Doesn't it do that for you?
That's right. It reminded me of my family, too, the food.
Oh,
and
the food was wonderful.
And the humor. There's a lot of great humor in a Lafatira mitzvah.
There most certainly is.
A lot of great humor.
You know, we had an opportunity because of the success of a Lafatira mitzvah and because of Fivish's contribution to it to be able to bring you subsequent programs like another mitzvah. But the important thing about these programs is it's you that makes it happen. It's you that makes us have the opportunity to go out and create more programs especially for you. Now, bringing a program like A Taste of Hanukkah tonight, teaching you a little bit about potato latkes if you didn't already know it, well, where else are you going to get this kind of education except right here on WLIW? And programs like this really and truly have it all. And you know, I seem to remember that you did a bit of talking about food as well in a Lafatira mitzvah.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, I think right now we're going to see a little story you had to tell us. If I remember right, it was about pate. Let's take a moment to take a look. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it, so stay tuned.
Chicken, any which way, gefilte fish, chopped liver. We created all that. Don't let the French tell you about pate. They got the pate from us. We made the pate. They got their pate, but we had our pate. And our pate was even better than their pate. Now they won't let me in Paris. Look what I'm doing here.
The terrific Fivish Finkel describing pate for us from a Lafatira mitzvah. Some of the great cultural programming you have seen here on WLIW. Well, tonight you're watching and enjoying A Taste of Hanukkah. And if you would like to see more shows like this, you don't do it with applause. You do it with a phone call to 1-800-767-2121. When you make that pledge of support at the $75 level, we will say thank you with a copy of the program for your family to share for years and years to come. So make that pledge right now, and it's exclusive to us here at WLIW. So if you'd like a copy of the show, membership is the only way it's going to come into your home. Do you need 2 copies? Make that pledge at the $125 level, and 2 copies of the program will be sent to you as our thank you gift. The music from the program is wonderful, and we've got a great combination gift For a pledge of $150, we send you a copy of the show, plus your choice of either the CD or the audio cassette. And they include 6 extra songs that we couldn't put in the broadcast version. So make that pledge at the $150 level, and we've got a great thank you gift. And they really are just thank you gifts. Truly, your member dollars go to producing more programming that you approve of, that you can watch with your family. A Lafetira Mitzvah, a Taste of Hanukkah, a Taste of Passover, all the programs we bring you from the Jewish Television Network, as well as the 92nd Street Y, are here because viewers have shown their support. We don't have commercials on public television. We have viewer support. You need to go to the phone and make that call. If you're proud of your heritage, proud to watch these shows here on WLIW, then you must become a member at a level that suits your wallet. 1-800-767-2121. Please pick up the phone and call now, won't you?
We mentioned the great actors of the world.
I'm standing here having a wonderful conversation with our good friend Fivish Finkel. And we're talking about what Hanukkah means to each of us and to our families. And I know, Fivish, in my family, we always get together the first night of Hanukkah because it's such a festive occasion. What do you do in your family?
We do the same.
Do the same, of course.
We bench the Hanukkah licht, and then afterwards we have a lovely dinner, and then I open the books, and we start singing those Hanukkah songs.
Oh, how wonderful.
And they get a big kick out of it. In fact, they look forward to it.
I'm sure they do.
Families look forward to it.
Do you give a little guilt?
I give a
lot of guilt.
I give guilt that they should know who their grandfather is and their grandmother, you know. And but at the little or a lot, it doesn't matter. It's the idea that they see what the holiday is.
Absolutely.
That's it.
And here, you know, WLIW Public Television works the same way. A little or a lot, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that you show your support. And that's why we're here this evening during the beginning of our membership campaign, asking you to do what you can to show your support for great programs on your public television station. The only one who can do it is you. You can't wait for your friends and neighbors to take the opportunity because they probably have called already. It's your turn now. So go on over to the phone, make that all-important pledge of support, become a member, and enjoy the rest of the program.
It will give you a lot of pleasure.
WLIW's local broadcast of this program is made possible by Borders. Borders has holiday gifts like Julia and Jacques cooking at home. Borders with 13 locations in the New York area and on the web at www.borders.com.
We will tell you the story of a miracle, of a lamp that burns so bright, the wonderful story of Chanukah, and of things that turned out so right. The temple was defied, all the folks were going wild, 'cause they couldn't
Besides all the important lessons of Chanukah, we should also remember to have fun. This is a time for children and games. What would Chanukah be without a dreidel and Chanukah geld to play for? Now, the 4 Hebrew letters on the sides of the dreidel remind us of the miracle. Each side of the dreidel has a Hebrew letter on it. You win when the letter that comes up after you spin is higher in value than your partners in the game. The letters are Nun, Gimel, Hey, Shin. They stand for Nes Gadol Haya Sham. A great miracle happened there. In Israel, the last letter was changed from a Shin to a Pei, from Sham to Po. A great miracle happened here. Makes sense. Let the children tell you all about it.
A little dreidel. I made it out of clay, and when it's dry and ready, oh, dreidel, I shall play. Oh, it had such a lovely body, with legs too short and straight. And when it's all tucked out and tired, it drops, and then I win. Oh, dreidel, oh, my little dreidel. Brüten bringt mir Wein, weil wir alle fröhlich sein. Lei, 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 lei. Hab schön latjes Fleisch und Fisch, in a weiß gedeckten Tisch. Lei, 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 lei. Ich hab die Bruche schön gemacht, die mir neue Schein gebracht. Lei, 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 lei. Tausend sind in jeder Flamme, stolz bin ich mir mit mein Stamm. Lei, 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 lei. Ich dreh für den Zigaretten, dreh Zigaretten. Kim die Waffen kann ich, ist aus bei mir gerufen. Ich dreh Zigaretten, Kim die Waffen kann ich, ist aus bei mir gerufen. Jeder Mittel und das Sine ist der Wort mit der Tisch. Lei, 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 lei. Die mir eure Zeus waschen, alle sind meine Freunde. Lei, 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 lei. Ja, because sie mir nicht allein, so sie nicht geretten sein. Lei, 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 lei. So sie Tag ist ein allein, sie sagt euch sind es geschehen. Lei, 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 lei. Ich dreh Zigaretten, dreh Zigaretten. In die Waffen kann ich, ist aus bei mir gerufen. Ich dreh Zigaretten, in die Waffen kann ich, ist aus bei mir gerufen. Ich fährt sich auf dem Gerät, als ein Stückel Breckele. Lei, 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 lei. Oi, wenn es soll auf deines Lein, in Balai, niedere Geil. Lei, 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 lei. Ich bring da viele Sonne mit, schreck sei Gott noch Strossini. Lei, 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 lei. Oi, bring mir Brot und bring mir Wein, wenn wir alle fröhlich sein. Lei, 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 lei. Ich dreh Zigaretten, in die Waffen kann ich nicht, ist aus bei mir gerufen. Ich dreh Zigaretten, in die Waffen kann ich nicht, ist aus bei mir gerufen. Ich bidi 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 da da, man bidi 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 da da.
Ladies and gentlemen, parents and children, grandchildren and grandparents, thank you for celebrating with us. It has been a joy sharing a taste of Hanukkah with you. Hanukkah, the season of so many miracles, a light that would not die, a child's smile, families joined together sharing food and laughter, and perhaps remembering the heartache of history with a little heartburn, the miracle of remembering and the miracle of faith. Happy Hanukkah. Thank you. Chag Sameach.
Chanukah, Chanukah, Jonte verschöner, a lustiger, a freilicher, nicht da noch a Sehner. Alle Nacht in Bredel spielen wir, zu die Käselatkes essen wir. Alle Nacht in Bredel spielen wir, zu die Käselatkes essen wir. Geschwinder sind Kinder, die Teinike liegt allachon. Sagt Kalanissim, der Gott von die Nissim, komm, ich tanzen in Korn. Sagt Kalanissim, der Gott von die Nissim, komm, ich tanzen in Korn.
WLIW 21 broadcast of this program would not have been possible without the financial support of viewers like you. Stay tuned next for information on a special thank you gift we can offer you for your support.
This is PBS.
WLIW's local broadcast of this program is made possible by Borders. Borders has holiday gifts like Julia and Jacques cooking at home. Borders with 13 locations in the New York area and on the web at www.borders.com.
I'm Ronnie Amster, and you know, when I think about programs like this, I think about how much it means to me as a Jewish parent. The opportunity that I have to continue my children's education and to share with them the miracles of our heritage, to share with them the Festival of Lights. Well, here at WLIW, we take every opportunity possible to bring to you the kinds of programs that are meaningful to you, the kinds of programs that are both educational and entertaining. We've accomplished that here this evening, and if you agree, what better way to show your support than by going to the phone and dialing the number on the bottom of your screen and making that all-important pledge of support. What does your pledge mean? It's simple. It means the continuation of programming that appeals to you, programming about your heritage, about your culture, about the Jewish way of life, because the dollars pledged tonight are going to go right into programming that matters to you, programming that picks up on the Jewish American heritage, that picks up on the kinds of values, the kinds of important teachings that we want for our children. Today, with our children going to schools out of town, to going to colleges, to moving all over the country, we worry about that diversity, about the fact that, well, we don't have an opportunity perhaps to gather together for a holiday as we used to. You know, when our grandparents were all living on the same street. Well, today, through the magic of television, through the magic of the opportunity to send our children with this very important message, we can accomplish a great deal. And you can help to accomplish that by going to the phone and making a pledge of support. The number's on the bottom of your screen. The message is clear. When you call us with a pledge of support, we bring you additional programs that will teach and educate your children. Now tonight, Fivish Finkel has given of his time, a very charming gentleman.
I enjoyed every minute of it.
He's a wonderful guest and a big celebratory family man who enjoys this holiday specifically because you get to share it with your family.
Absolutely. To me, it's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
It's a miracle. A miracle like Hanukkah to do that. And we enjoy.
How many grandchildren do you have?
I have 5, 3 regulars and 2 great-grandchildren.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. And are they old enough to enjoy
They
Hanukkah?
certainly are. Oh, yes, they know what it is.
Do they all participate in the celebration?
They certainly do. They certainly do. They participate. They love it. Their grandmother loves it. Everybody loves it. Everybody.
And do you find that you are able to teach your grandchildren the importance of their heritage through programs that you find on WLIW?
I explain it to them very simply and very clearly, and they understand it, and they ask a lot of questions. And if I don't know the answers, I take a book and I answer them. I look into the book, and that book tells me what it's all about, and I project it to them.
Well, that's wonderful. And here at WLIW, we continue to bring you programs that will educate, that will entertain, and that give you the kind of tools that you need to share with your children, your grandchildren, with your friends, your neighbors, the kinds of information that they can't get anywhere else, the kinds of information that frankly reinforces the things that you want your children to learn about, the values, the heritage, the kinds of things we have no other outlet for.
It's very important to know that the family knows exactly what's happening in this world, and that includes the traditional Jewish holidays. They're traditional and they're beautiful. Every single one of them, they're beautiful. And this channel shows it.
We certainly do.
And that's why we should support with everything that we can to this channel. I know one thing, Ian, Elliot, my daughter-in-law Cheryl, my wife Trudy, and the whole family, we look at it, we see those marvelous shows that you bring forward, and we enjoy it, and that's why we say that your donations are beautiful, the public is beautiful, so we should continue doing our work.
So go to the phone now and help us do that work. Go to the phone right now.
Absolutely.
And when you join us with a pledge of $75, we're going to send you a copy of the show that you have just enjoyed with Theodore Bickel. All the songs and the memories and the stories, the sacred prayers and the wonderful Hanukkah lights themselves are all here on this videotape that your family can share for holidays to come. Make that pledge at the $75 level, and a copy of the show is how we are going to say thank you. Using a major credit card really helps us out in that it makes the transaction very simple. There's no paperwork for you to catch up on, and the pledge dollars go to work to find the kind of cultural programming that you and your family want to watch. Would you like 2 copies of the show? You want to keep one and give the other as a gift? Make a pledge to us of $125, and then we are going to be able to send you 2 copies of A Taste of Hanukkah as our thank you gift. And you have to remember, they are only gifts. Truly, you are purchasing more programming. Your membership allows you to help program this television station, and no other station allows you that opportunity, does it? But we do, because we need to know what you want to watch. Sharing the traditions of Hanukkah as we have tonight, so important to your family. It's important to my family, because my daughter Claire, since she's been 5 years old, has spent Hanukkah with her very good friend Rebecca. And now that she's 15, 10 years later, every year it's, Rebecca, when's the Hanukkah party? Because it's become a tradition. And that is very important to all families of all faiths. Go to the phone and make that pledge of support. The $75 level, we're going to send you a copy of the VHS. We also have the CD from the show as well. And those are just some of the songs that you are going to find on the CD, which we are going to send you for a $150 membership, because we send you not only a copy of the show, but your choice of either the CD or the audio cassette. And both the CD and audio cassette, by the way, have 6 extra songs that weren't included in the show that you have just enjoyed. So go to the phone, and when you pledge that $150 stretched over a year, that really doesn't work out to all that much money per week. But what it does work out to is a membership that tells us how much you value this kind of programming for your family, for your culture and heritage. Be as generous as you can when you call 1-800-767-2121. We would love to be able to give you more of these shows, but it's really not our decision. It is yours. And you make the decision with membership to 1-800-767-2121. Again, a copy of the show for $75. $150, we send you the show, and then either your choice of the CD or the audio cassette. The number's right there on the screen. We invite you to call it now, and thank you.
Whether it's the singing of Cantor Morton Shames, or whether it happens to be learning a little bit about how to make a potato latkes, you know that you've gotten your preview of the Hanukkah season right here on WLIW tonight. And we'd like to keep previews of special programs coming to you. The only way we can do it is with your support, because your member dollars make programs happen here on your public television station. It's really a very simple process. You don't have to go out in the cold. You don't have to come down to the WLIW studio. You just need to dial the number on the bottom of your screen. Our operators are here in the studio ready to take your call. All you need to do is pick up the phone, and all I need to do is say a very special thank you to a very special guest.
No, it was my pleasure.
You know, it's funny, when we talk about tradition, I think of Hanukkah. When we talk about institutions, I think of Fivish Finkel.
Thank you.
Because
You're
you
very
have
kind.
certainly become one for all of us. Now, you're a busy man. Tell us what's in the immediate future for you.
Oh, my goodness. Thank God. Thank God. The future is Florida. Going to Florida in February, 26 condominiums
That's
in
all?
2 weeks. And I'm going on a Wordley cruise.
Oh, my goodness.
On the QE2 with my 2 sons, as a matter of fact. We're appearing in that. And in Montreal for 7 weeks. And then more and more. The show isn't long enough with my engagements and my calendar. Thank God that we do. And television work. And the old man is busy. What can I say?
Well, it's wonderful to know that you could be a little busy tonight, too. It won't take very much of your time. It just means getting up and making that all-important phone call. So if you haven't already done so, what better opportunity than right now? Go
And
to
it's
the phone.
a toll-free call. Look at the mitzvah you're getting.
WLIW acknowledges the following 2100 Circle members for their financial support. The Clever Cookie, Dairy Barn Stores Incorporated, EAB, Grace J. Fippinger Foundation. Great Long Island Rideshare, 737 cars. The Alice Lewison Crowley Charitable Trust. The Irene Lewison Charitable Trust. Keyspan Energy. King Cullen Grocery Company. KPMG. Larry's Gulf of Long Island. Long Island Telephone Company. To join the 2100 Circle or to underwrite a program, call Tracy Guitry at 516-367-2100, extension 3110.
This is a business news brief.
I'm Paul Kangas with a business news brief. The National Association of Purchasing Managers said today the U.S. industrial sector expanded at a steady but slower pace in November than in October. Although it was the 10th straight month of growth, the survey showed few signs of inflation. Meanwhile, the Conference Board's index of leading economic indicators was unchanged in October from the month before. These signs that the recent hikes in interest rates by the Federal Reserve are slowing the economy somewhat triggered a big blue chip rally on Wall Street, which lifted the Dow Industrial Average to a 120.5-point closing gain, while the NASDAQ index rose 17.5 points, and the American Exchange Index rose 1.75 points to another record high. For more financial news, tune into the Morning Business Report weekdays at 6:30 on WLIW 21.
A new government in Northern Ireland has taken control of its own affairs after 25 years of rule from London. New battles in Seattle as President Clinton urges the World Trade Organization to listen to its critics. And 6 people have been killed and scores injured in a train crash in Australia. Hello, this is BBC News. I'm Joanna Gosling. Northern Ireland has taken control of its own affairs for the first time in a quarter of a century. Power has now passed from Westminster to a new executive. The First Minister in the new devolved government, David Trimble, said it would change the political culture in Northern Ireland. His deputy, Seamus Mallon, called it an awesome responsibility.
No great fanfare at Stormont, but this building, dormant for 25 years, is now the seat of power in Northern Ireland. At the stroke of midnight, a new beginning for a place torn apart by decades of violence. Belfast looks like any other major city at Christmas, late-night shopping bustle, but it's been home to truly momentous events in the last week. A handshake across a north-south divide and the first meeting of the Irish government and the 2 chief ministers of the devolved Northern Ireland government. The Republic of Ireland will also give up its once highly controversial claim to the north. But these 2 chief ministers were in no doubt about the scale of the task ahead.
For decades we've had talking shops of one sort or another. We're not having talking shops anymore. We're going to have an institution with responsibility in terms of what it has to do, and with responsibilities to the people as well.
There will also be another first. The IRA is expected to appoint a go-between to this man, the head of the decommissioning body, General John de Chastelain. For many, this process will have failed unless weapons are handed in.
To the people of Northern Ireland.
The final piece of the jigsaw was put in place at Westminster, with confirmation that the Queen had approved the order to devolve power.
There are going to be many difficulties along the way of achieving a lasting peace in Northern Ireland, but I believe one huge, giant step forward has been taken.
Over the years, there have been many false dawns in Northern Ireland, and there is a clear sense of realism that while there are major developments, many problems still lie ahead. Graham Satchell, BBC News.
Our correspondent, George Eakin, is in Belfast. He says it's an historic occasion.
Well, the significance of what's happened is that as the clock struck midnight, real power passed back to Northern Ireland from the Westminster government for the first time in almost a quarter of a century. There has been a similar experience in the past. In the mid-1970s, there was a power-sharing executive here in Northern Ireland. It didn't last very long, a matter of months, and it was brought down by unionists who feared that the government of the Republic of Ireland was gaining too much of a say in the running of the province. That said, there is a feeling of encouragement and satisfaction out there on the streets of Northern Ireland. I wouldn't say there's a feeling of euphoria, because people are far too realistic. They've been disappointed before. They remember what happened in the 70s, and they've seen the difficulties that this peace process has had to go through to reach this stage. People are well aware of the challenge ahead. The Deputy First Minister, Seamus Mallon, spoke for many when he said that it was an awesome responsibility. He called it frightening, the task that was being placed before Northern Ireland's politicians.
George Eakin in Belfast. The most contentious appointment in the new Northern Ireland executive was Sinn Féin's Martin McGuinness, who takes charge of education. He's told the BBC he's now working towards the disbandment of the IRA. Mr McGuinness, who was once convicted of IRA membership, said that although it was up to the provisionals to decide whether or not to disband, he wanted to see an end to all armed groups.
Their transition to democratic politics appears to be complete. Yet the leaders of Sinn Féin are still closely connected to an organisation which, from the time of its inception, was committed to violence. Dublin, 1916. Irish Republicans took up the gun to fight against British rule. It was the moment when the armed struggle began. The Easter Rising was crushed, its leaders executed, but a Republican legend had been born. Belfast, 1969. Catholic homes near the Falls Road were burning, set ablaze by Protestants while the police looked on. The IRA had failed to protect what it regarded as its own population. It vowed never to fail again and never to give up its guns. But give up its guns it must under the Good Friday Agreement. And if the IRA disarms, why not disband altogether? It sounds an impossible proposition, but Martin McGuinness told me he could imagine a time when it would happen.
This would be a matter for the IRA, but that's what I'm working towards. I want to see a situation where politicians are in command, where politicians are in control, where people are receiving the equality and the justice that they deserve, that where people can, I think, move forward with confidence that they are moving into an entirely new, if you like, dispensation, which will see, I think, a situation and circumstances where there are no armed groups, where there is no conflict, and where there is no injustice or inequality.
The IRA has lost nearly 300 of its own members over the past 30 years. The movement's leaders believe it's time to move on, but will the movement follow them?
There's no sign of an incipient split in the Republican movement that I can detect. But as against that, of course, Mr. Adams and Mr. McGuinness have been careful and will be careful not to ask the Republican movement to do anything which it is not minded to do. So while you're dealing with a very disciplined movement and a very united movement, it's disciplined and united on the basis that it hasn't been pushed too far.
An Ireland without the armed groups. That is the prize which might now be attainable.
A situation such as that is still a long way off. It will depend on there being much more political progress. But it's a measure of the progress already that someone such as Martin McGuinness can sit down and talk quite openly about a time when, conceivably, the provisional IRA would no longer exist. Nicholas Witchell, BBC News, West Belfast.
There have been more violent clashes between protesters and police in Seattle, where the World Trade Organization is meeting. The mayor of Seattle has imposed a curfew in the city's downtown for a second night. Paul Schell defended his city's handling of the protest, claiming that nobody had been seriously injured. President Clinton, who's addressed the WTO, said it should make a better job of arguing its case for liberalizing trade.
This is what happens in a corporate democracy.
Street clearing began early in Seattle. The police have not repeated their initial mistake of allowing crowds to gather. Instead, they've tied up and shipped out anyone defying the exclusion order placed around the conference center. And President Clinton is in town, finally establishing a point of focus away from the scenes of confrontation. President Clinton is a passionate advocate of free trade, and this week's disturbances clearly have done nothing to dull his enthusiasm.
I believe it is imperative that we here succeed in launching a new trade round that can command broad support among ordinary citizens in all our countries and take us where we want to go.
The meeting in Seattle has the pretty humble goal of setting an agenda for bringing down trade barriers in the years ahead. The Americans want to link trade to labor rights, so goods made in conditions of near slavery couldn't be exported. The Europeans want to link trade to environmental standards in producer countries. The developing world, for its part, sees all that as a shallow attempt at protectionism, and they want far greater access to the world's richest markets. America also wants lessons learned from the recent battles in Seattle.
I would never use the word, as you did, fiasco, to describe any protest that is peaceful, that is representative of a widely held view, including by the President of the United States, that a more human face needs to be put on the global economy.
But peaceful is about the least appropriate word for the scenes that have been played out on the streets of Seattle. Alongside the outright thugs who were undoubtedly present, there are serious-minded people demanding that their objections to unfettered free trade are acknowledged.
They're actually saying quite simply trade should not rule the world. It shouldn't deflect from human rights issues. It should support community economics. It should support people.
But the politicians and the people are now being kept at a safe distance from each other in Seattle. The police have subdued today's demonstrations by sheer weight of numbers and weaponry. But the protesters have again done enough to hijack the agenda at the WTO meeting. Peter Morgan, BBC News in Seattle.
6 people have been killed and more than 40 injured in a train crash in Australia. The crash happened during the morning rush hour near to the town of Glenbrook, about 50 kilometres west of Sydney. It took the emergency services several hours to free those trapped in the wreckage, many of whom are reported to be seriously injured.
It was rush hour and the commuter train was crowded with at least 1,000 passengers. It rounded a blind corner in the track and ran into the back of an intercity train standing in its path. The force of the impact shook neighbouring houses. The emergency services were on the scene quickly. The first priority was to tend to those seriously injured. It took several hours to free those trapped in the mangled wreckage. Later there was time to shepherd the many walking wounded away from the scene. They were taken in a fleet of ambulances to nearby hospitals.
When I stuck my head out and saw the train in front of us derail and a black arm not moving, sticking out, well, anyway, I got really scared and I did start screaming because I just wanted to get out and people were trying to hold me in.
Next minute we found that the carriages shuddered and banged around, seats went flying, people went flying, goods went flying, and the next minute we found that we'd obviously collided in the back, in the hindsight, into the back of another train.
The driver of the commuter train is reported to have run into the carriage seconds before the impact, warning passengers to brace themselves. Things could have been far worse. The 2 carriages of the intercity train that bore the brunt of the impact were carrying only cars. Nevertheless, the emergency services have warned that with many of the injured in a critical condition, the death toll is expected to rise. Tony Smith, BBC News.
President Yeltsin's spokesman has confirmed that the Russian president is being treated for pneumonia, but he's now recovering. He said Mr. Yeltsin's temperature was back to normal and that he'd been working on government business from hospital. The president was admitted on Monday. 2 months ago, he was treated for acute bronchitis and flu. Russian troops are continuing their offensive in Chechnya and now have the capital Grozny virtually surrounded. On the outskirts of the city, they've been carrying out house-to-house searches in an effort to root out Islamic rebels. In the last few days, the rebels have mounted a series of counterattacks and succeeded in slowing the Russian advance. The Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat has taken tough action against several prominent Palestinians who've accused his government of corruption. They were arrested after signing a petition attacking tyranny within the Palestinian Authority. In the last few hours, another of the signatories, a leading Palestinian MP, was shot in the leg in the West Bank town of Nablus.
Gunmen from a Palestinian youth movement fired into the air to show their respect for their leader, Yasser Arafat, and their contempt for anybody who opposes him. For these people, any criticism of Yasser Arafat is political blasphemy. This demonstration in Ramallah on the West Bank was ordered and organized by his political faction, the official response to the petition that dared to state what many Palestinians have said privately, that Yasser Arafat has allowed his Palestinian Authority to become corrupt. Bassem Shaka signed the petition. In 1980, when he was mayor of the Palestinian town of Nablus, a car bomb planted by Israelis blew his legs off. He wants Yasser Arafat to root out corruption and build democracy. Mr. Shaka is a local hero, and he ignored an order putting him under house arrest. Palestinian MPs who signed met to decide what to do next. They have parliamentary immunity, but Yasser Arafat has put the writers and academics who supported them in prison. Their leader, they say, still isn't behaving like the president of what they hope will be a democratic state.
President Arafat, he himself still thinks that he is leading a revolution. He's behaving in the same way as he has behaved since 28 years.
All the Palestinians in this quarrel say Yasser Arafat is still the embodiment of their nation. But what they're arguing about now is the future.
This is all about the best way to create a Palestinian state. Yasser Arafat and his loyalists say, finish the job, then criticize. But the people who supported the petition say that if they're not allowed to criticize now, the state they get will be authoritarian and not worth having. Jeremy Byrne, BBC News, on the West Bank.
This is BBC News, a reminder of the headlines. Northern Ireland has taken control of its political affairs for the first time in 25 years. There have been fresh clashes on the streets of Seattle, where US President Bill Clinton has addressed the World Trade Organization. The city's mayor has declared a curfew for a second night. And later in the program, the building blocks of life. International scientists map out the full genetic code of a human chromosome. The political wing of the Basque separatist organization ETA says it will support protests to demand peace in the northern Spanish region. In a statement, Eri Batasuna said there was no doubt that the Basque society wanted and needed peace. The demonstrations are planned for Friday, on the day when ETA has said it will end its 14-month ceasefire.
ETA's political wing, Eri Batasuna, has said it will support the protests called for this Friday to demand peace in Spain's northern Basque region. The decision by the Radical Party, which has always supported ETA's fight for an independent Basque homeland, will surprise many politicians who have often criticised the party for not condemning the violence carried out by the separatist group. In a statement, Eri Batasuna said there was no doubt that Basque society wants, needs and demands peace, but that peace is not something that falls from the sky from one day to the next. What's not clear at this stage is whether Eri Batasuna's decision signals a split with ETA or is part of a wider strategy to boost the stagnant peace process. A series of protests are planned over the next few days in the Basque region and the rest of Spain, calling on ETA not to resume violence. ETA said at the weekend that their 14-month ceasefire would end this Friday, blaming what it called continued repression by both the Spanish and French governments. Their decision has been condemned from all sides of Spanish society, which have become used to living with peace after ETA's 30-year campaign of violence, in which more than 800 people were killed in a series of bombings, shootings and kidnappings. Daniel Schweimler, BBC News, Madrid.
The Nobel Peace Prize winner José Ramos Horta has returned to East Timor after 24 years in exile. The man, credited with keeping the East Timorese cause alive internationally during the long years of Indonesian occupation, returned to a hero's welcome in Dili.
After 24 years in exile, Nobel Prize winner José Ramos Horta returned to the country whose freedom he helped to win against all the odds. He was greeted warmly by those who fought an even more desperate struggle inside East Timor against Indonesia's occupation. Less well known in his country than the guerrilla commanders who became idols for the East Timorese people, José Ramos Horta nevertheless got a hero's welcome. Though on his walkabout through the streets of the capital, he can't have failed to notice the terrible destruction wrought by the departing Indonesian troops. Less obvious are the mental scars on a people who've endured almost unimaginable brutality. Mr. Horta himself has lost half of his own family to the conflict.
We have come here to join with our brother, friend and leader, Chanukah Gusmao, to work with him, to serve under him, to make this country even better.
His years abroad, he admits, have made him the most westernized of the East Timorese. But he says he's ready to give up his life as a globe-trotting campaigner and settle down in the homeland he's not seen for more than half his life. Jonathan Head, BBC News, Jakarta.
The Deputy Prime Minister of Iraq, Tariq Aziz, is in Moscow for a series of talks aimed at securing Russian support for the lifting of United Nations economic sanctions against Baghdad. Mr. Aziz met the Russian Foreign Minister Igor Ivanov at the start of a 4-day visit.
Iraq's Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz is in Moscow to consolidate relations with Russia. Iraq wants Russian help to lift United Nations sanctions and end a crippling shortage of consumer goods and other supplies, while Russia wants Western governments to stop interfering in its war in Chechnya. Mr. Aziz met the Russian Foreign Minister Igor Ivanov, and after the talks, both men seemed to get at least part of the support they sought. Mr. Ivanov reiterated Russia's support for an end to the sanctions against Iraq, but he declined to say whether Moscow would use its veto in the UN Security Council to block a British-Dutch resolution calling for a return of UN arms inspectors to Iraq.
A temporary moratorium on implementation of the UN sanctions against Iraq is seen by us as an intermediate step, ultimately leading to the total lifting of these sanctions.
While Mr. Aziz, keen to see a restoration of the traditionally close relationship between Baghdad and Moscow, lent his strong support to Russia's military strikes in Chechnya.
Iraq seriously and categorically denies any attempts to blame Russia for taking an anti-Muslim stand. We consider that what is happening in the North Caucasus is Russia's internal problem, and we condemn any interference in Russia's internal affairs.
Later, Prime Minister Vladimir Putin met Mr. Aziz to discuss the Middle East peace process, an important move for Moscow, which feels it's being frozen out of other world hotspots like the Balkans. Tom Butler, BBC News.
A scientific milestone has been reached with the publication of the full genetic code of a human chromosome. A consortium of American, British and Japanese scientists has published the DNA sequence of chromosome 22, one of the 23 pairs of chromosomes in the human body. It's the first step towards decoding every human gene, a project that could transform medicine and increase our understanding of how our bodies work.
This robot is helping scientists understand what makes us human. Tiny fragments of DNA in these samples are being analysed as part of the Human Genome Project, an international venture to map our entire genetic blueprint. The Sanger Centre in Cambridge is playing a leading role, and after 5 years' work, they've completed the genetic code for chromosome 22.
This is the first time we've ever been able to see a human chromosome as a single large piece across the whole length of the chromosome. And we can see how the genes are organised with a relationship to each other. So the 679 genes, we can see how they're arranged, the differences in sizes, and how they're organised. And this is going to tell us a lot about how genes are controlled relative to each other.
Almost every cell in our body has 23 pairs of chromosomes, each a long coil of DNA containing genes, the instructions needed to make cells work. Chromosome 22 may be one of the smallest, but identifying its genetic makeup is an important step.
Well, if we think of the Human Genome Project as a book,
with chapters, then chromosome 22 is the first chapter, ready to read, ready to go, and the rest will follow soon.
Because the Sanger Centre publishes its findings on the internet, scientists are already using the information. Peter Scambler is an expert on DiGeorge syndrome, an inherited condition where part of chromosome 22 is missing. This causes a range of problems, including serious heart defects.
We foresee that it will enable much more accurate diagnoses of various medical conditions, much more informative prognosis for a number of conditions. That is, what is the likelihood that a patient will have severe versus mild disease. And finally, it will help us treat those diseases by enabling us to understand the basic mechanisms underlying disease.
And when the rest of the human genome is understood, experts say the medical impact will be revolutionary. These are some of the 170 machines analysing genetic code at the Sanger Centre. Sequencing the entire human genome will take several more years and is on course for completion in 2003. But unravelling chromosome 22 is not only an important first step, it's a scientific milestone. Sue Nelson, BBC News, Cambridge.
Champagne makers say about 300 million bottles of their product will be popped around the world to celebrate the start of the new millennium. But the French champagne houses are still battling to outdo one another and produce the most spectacular bottles for the occasion.
For many Millennium revelers, there'll be only one drink worth toasting the new year, champagne. And the makers know it. They've been planning for December 31st for a good few years. They're expecting a whole new clientele this year, and they're planning to make it special.
A lot of American, Japanese people who never have drunk before champagne will come and celebrate with champagne at the end of the year.
Moet et Chandon's special vintage is a thoroughly exclusive affair, mixing the century's best champagne years to produce a very limited run called Spirit of the Century. Sommelier Philippe Forbrac says it's like the century's most famous people being asked to a single dinner party. If you've got the necessary $20,000, you too can come to the party. Not to be outdone is the Ruinart Champagne House. It's blended several top vintages and it's selling them in a special case. When you've drunk the contents, it doubles as a cigar humidor. But the most stylish contribution surely comes from Piper Heidsieck. It's asked fashion designer Jean-Paul Gaultier to dress a special Millennium edition. His answer, a special red plastic corset.
The new millennium is champagne, you know. It's like bubbles on champagne. On Paris it's champagne, so that's it. That's the new millennium.
But if you can't get your hands on one of Jean-Paul's corsets, one of the less exclusive bottles will probably do the trick and help you start the new millennium in sparkling style. Jessica Williams, BBC News.
Now let's take a look at what the international newspapers are saying around the world. The Seattle Times reports on a row about the mayor's treatment of the anti-WTO demonstrations. It's very complicated, but some legal experts are saying that if Paul Schell used his emergency powers to close the downtown area to everybody without a valid reason to be there, like the WTO summit, then that might be legal. However, if the city centre was closed only to protesters, that could be an unconstitutional infringement on free speech. Kenya's Nation newspaper rallies Africa to demand access to Western markets at the WTO talks in Seattle. African agricultural exports suffer because developed countries pay their own farmers export subsidies. We must continue working against the new tide of protectionism in the West, says the paper. The Bahrain Tribune compares the militant Basque fight for independence with the IRA's progress. Although Irish Republicans have hammered out a compromise, the new era of self-government in Ireland won't come close to the autonomy that the Basque region has had for many years. This is BBC News.
The BBC World News is a presentation of WLIW New York.
Hello, I'm Susan Murphy. With more than 250 bureaus around the world, the BBC World News covers the globe in a way most news organizations can't. Who covers the costs? You. One phone call once a year is a lot easier than having to sit through commercials. Without your support, there's no guarantee we can keep the BBC World News on the air. The satellite time is very expensive. But we also know that so many of you really appreciate getting the stories that are ignored by the American media. Show us that appreciation with a pledge of support. This newscast is not surrounded by hype or sensationalism. It's an alternative that surely you'll agree should stay on the air. That isn't accomplished simply because you watch it. It happens because you make a membership call now around the program. Membership is our way of rating a program, and we know it rates high. I'm not telling you anything new by saying there's a growing number of news resources out there, but that doesn't mean any of them are as thorough and as unbiased as this one. Without commercial consideration, the BBC World News has the freedom to explore topics in a way that other news programs can't. Don't take the show for granted. Do your part to make sure it stays at WLIW. The number is 1-800-767-2121. And when you pledge $60 or more, we'll say thanks with this ceramic BBC mug. And there are other gifts, too.
When you join us, the WLIW 21 member card will help stretch your entertainment dollar, because with the member card, you will receive discounts and even 2-for-1 tickets for a wide variety of activities throughout the tri-state area. Education and entertainment, plus 12 months of the WLIW 21 program guide for every pledge of $40 or more.
If you make time to join us during these broadcasts, make time for the phone call. In fact, why not make it right now while you're thinking of it? It's part of your responsibility as an intelligent, curious viewer who uses WLIW for probably more than just the BBC World News. Your one pledge will make a difference here at WLIW. It's just like a vote. And you know, probably better than others, what happens when you don't vote. And you know what happens when you do. 1-800-767-2121. Make the call now, and thanks.
Hello? Oh, hello, Michelle. Yes, yeah. Yeah, they've just arrived at the house. Yeah, they're lovely. Yes, yes, I do too.
Hey, Mark. Geeta said you phoned last night.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, what's up?
Well, not now, Sanj. I'll tell you later, all right?
Someone's going to give me a piece of glass from an old picture frame. Nigel won't know the difference.
Oh, good. If you ask me, it's a good job he stayed at your granny's last night. Mind you, he'll go spare when he hears about it. He trusted you, trusted me and all.
Well, you're not going to tell him?
If I don't, it'll burn a hole in me tongue.
It wasn't my fault, and I had a rotten time.
Oh, I don't know, Claire.
Please?
I'll have to seek guidance from an higher authority.
You didn't finish your breakfast.
Yeah, I didn't fancy it.
What's wrong, love?
Nothing.
How was your dinner with Lorraine? Grant, I said...
We had lasagna, a bottle of red and cheesecake, all right?
Look, I only... Yeah, well, Michelle said she wished she could be with us.
So times like this, I really miss her, Mum.
Yeah, me too. She asked what we were doing, and I told her we'd be going down the cemetery later.
Well, I'll ring her tonight, tell her how it went.
Yeah. You sure you don't mind packing up the stall?
As a sign of respect.
That's nice.
So, what time do you want to set off?
Well, I'll go home and get changed as soon as I finish my shift, and Ruth's collecting Martin from school at lunchtime.
Well, he didn't seem too keen earlier, did he?
Well, I want him there. Give him something else to think about, especially after last night's shenanigans.
Maybe.
You sorting out the cellar?
Yeah, well, I am.
What is it?
I told you nothing.
Don't insult me.
Look, I don't want to talk about it, all right?
Sorry I'm late.
What are you talking about?
Lorraine rang and asked me to do her shift. Is there a problem?
No, it's okay. Go on then.
What shift you doing?
Lorraine's apparently. The cheeky madam asked her to cover without a word to me. What's she playing at? Listen, I'm going shopping. You can get on with that cellar, can't you?
Claire was so upset this morning, and I'm still scraping jelly off the wall.
Yeah, well, those boys were a disgrace. I gave Martin what for, I can tell you.
Well, I think so. Claire was very upset.
Yeah, well, my Martin was led on, wasn't he? And I mean, who was it who encouraged her to pack Nigel off for the night? And you left them unsupervised.
Well, I wanted to stay there all night. It was you who told me I shouldn't. You told me I'd be a gooseberry.
Yeah, well.
Well?
Does Nigel know?
Pauline, as you know, I ain't normally a dishonest person, but I think it better if Nigel don't know about last night. I mean, them boys, they just barged the way in, didn't they? Claire was a victim.
Because we didn't know it was going to turn into a riot, did we?
How could we? Weren't our fault. But you bet your life the fingers will be pointing in our direction if it gets out.
Yeah, well, I won't say anything if you don't.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say that, Pauline. Listen, why don't you come round mine lunchtime? I've got a larder full of them sausage rolls going begging.
No thanks, I'm going up the cemetery to visit Arthur.
Was it? Oh, Pauline, I'm so sorry I didn't think.
It's all right. You weren't here, were you?
I don't know what to say.
You don't go around changing the staffing arrangements, understand? You work for me. Now, what happened here last night?
I don't think that's any of your business.
I'm making it my business. Grant's upset and I want to know why.
Then ask Grant.
I'm asking you. What's this?
So what's the big mystery? Why couldn't you tell me in the market?
I don't want the other traders eavesdropping, that's why.
Why not?
They're not very happy, you know.
So what's new?
But I'm serious, Sanjay. I think there's something dodgy going on between you and Michael.
What? Mark, when I asked you before, you said there was nothing going on.
I thought it was all going to blow over, didn't I? Been having meetings about it, Sanjay.
Meetings?
Yeah.
Trace, can you manage your own for a bit, honey? Don't bother.
Have you given her an answer yet?
Not really.
I wanted Grant to be so happy. And because of that, I've turned a blind eye to a lot of things. But he's not happy, is he?
I do love him, you know.
So what's that doing on the table, then? Wiring it on your finger? I mean, look at you. You say you love him, but what sort of a future have you got if you can't even face him?
It's complicated. I mean, when we were on our own, it was wonderful. But then the baby came along and everything changed.
Of course it did. He's got responsibilities now.
And so have I. I'm a mother too, remember?
And so is Tiffany. Courtney doesn't need another mother. She's already got one.
And don't you think I know that? It's Grant you should be trying to convince, not me.
I'm ashamed of the way Grant's treated Tiffany. She deserves better than that, and so does little Courtney. I mean, what's he thinking of? He can't marry you. He's not free, is he?
Not yet.
Tiffany loves him. She won't divorce him without a fight.
I never meant for any of this to happen.
Sometimes you've got to know when to call it quits, love. For everyone's sake.
It's mad. They've got it all wrong.
I know, but they've convinced themselves that you're bunging Michael.
They don't know what they're talking about.
Look, I know Michael's as straight as a guy. He proved that when we had all that trouble before. I mean, Bianca don't believe it either.
Oh, that's charming, isn't it? How many years have I been on the market, Mike? Look, I ain't done nothing wrong.
Look, I know that, but you and him have become quite pally lately. People notice.
Does Michael know any of this?
Well, if he doesn't, he soon will.
Yeah, well, about time.
I haven't been that long.
Yeah, well, I'm popping out now.
No, leave her alone, Grant.
You what?
I went round to see Lorraine.
Why?
She works for me, remember? I have every right to go round there.
What did you say to her?
That this is my pub and she should have consulted me first.
Is that all?
Yeah, that's all.
Well, keep your nose out of it. What are you trying to do, split us up?
You don't need my help to do that.
What do you mean? What'd she say?
She wants to be left alone.
Yeah, well, I'm going round there.
It's not a good idea.
Just want to see her, to talk to her.
If you go round there now, you'll only make things worse. Leave it.
She's too good looking to be George's daughter.
What else did he tell you?
Not much. Said she wasn't very chatty. Not local, though.
Bit of a coincidence, isn't it? George Palmer's daughter buying that shop.
What do you mean?
Well, the council have only just acquired it. It's a bit sudden, if you ask me.
Maybe he's got friends in high places.
Martin?
Go on. Best in the market, lad. All your favourites.
I've been thinking about it. You're right, you know. It's too much of a coincidence.
Oh, don't take any notice of me, Tony. It was just my first instinct, OK? When you've been in this business a while, you start to see corruption and dodgy dealings everywhere you look. I wouldn't take any notice if I were you.
Yeah, but he kept her quiet, didn't he? I mean, she turned up out of the blue. What would she want with her printers anyway? It can't be a lot of business round here.
So what are you saying?
I don't know.
Well, let me know when you thought it through. I've got to get this story finished before we go to the council meeting.
Michael. All right, how's it going? Have you heard? What? There's going to be trouble, mate. What do you mean? The traders reckon we're as thick as thieves, literally. Apparently, you're on the take and I'm bribing you.
That's ridiculous. They see you doing well, they don't like it, that's all.
Look, they're up in arms. They've been having secret meetings. Look, we're going to have to do something about it before it gets out of hand.
Yeah. Look, meet me later, around 3 in the Vic, all right?
Right, OK.
Yeah.
Doesn't it seem like a year ago, does it?
I still can't get used to the idea. I'll always miss him.
Of course you will. Listen, you two can take Martin home with you now.
Oh, Mum, we'll wait for you.
No, I want some time here on my own. It's all right. Come on, you'll get the tea ready by the time you get back, eh? Come on.
Didn't take long, did it?
No.
I was watching George Palmer. He was dead cool, like it's a foregone conclusion.
I know. It's the renewal of the licence for his club and he hardly batted an eyelid. Come on, let's get back to the office.
We're really pleased.
Well, well, look at this.
Dixon and Palmer, very cosy.
2 guesses as to which ward our Councillor Dixon represents.
Not Watford East.
Which includes George's club.
Having a little word with your mum, are you?
Oh.
I've been thinking about Arthur all day. I just had to come up. I've left a little posy on his grave. All these lovely flowers.
Yeah, well, it was kind of you to take the trouble.
Oh, I felt awful this morning. Your family's been very good to me, Pauline. I mean, I didn't always see eye to eye with Lou, but I thought a lot of her.
Well, you and Mum go back a long way, don't you?
Not as far as Ethel. Oh, no. Her and Ethel, they was great friends. They was very close.
I've thought a lot about Mum lately.
Have you?
I was looking through some old photographs of her the other night.
She was quite a looker in her day, weren't she?
What was she like when she was young?
Well, according to Ethel, she was full of life. She liked to have a bit of fun, all right.
What do you mean?
Oh, well, you know, she liked enjoying herself. Apparently, she was a bit naughty at times. Mind you, I think Ethel was a bit jealous of her. She never admitted, of course. Stories she's told me.
What sort of stories?
Well, you know, they worked in a factory together, her and Ethel, when they was young.
Yes, right.
Yeah, well, apparently they had this boss, you know, right old tight he was. Ethel says they had to have a bit of a laugh, you know, something to look forward to. Well, you wouldn't believe this, Pauline, but one day Lou lifted up her skirts and she danced on the cutting room table.
She didn't.
She did. Apparently the whole factory ground to halt. Ethel said it was her what got the blame. Mind you, knowing her, it was he who probably egged Lou on.
She never told me that story.
No, well, she wouldn't, would she? That was the good old days, you know, days when they was young girls out caring the world. That's a funny thing, Pauline. Ethel's story is always about the laughs they had, even though there was a war on, you know, she never talks about the bad times. Mind you, Lou would never as forthcoming as what Ethel was.
It's just one of them wine bars that Bianca knows. Sure you don't mind babysitting?
No, of course not. Looking forward to it. Anyway, Tony will protect me if she gives me any trouble.
Here, I can manage now.
See ya.
Ta, see ya.
Right! Lorraine!
Give me 3 guesses.
Leave it out, will you?
How was she?
Out. Satisfied. I've got the next instalment here. Give it to you later. Yeah, you're right. We don't want to give them anything else to talk about, do we?
Yeah, Tony's a bit late, isn't he?
Probably putting the paper to bed. Ain't that what they do?
I don't know.
He'll be here. He knows we're babysitting tonight.
Right, the bottles are in the fridge. All you've got to do is warm them up for her, but make sure you test it first.
Yeah, I think I can manage now.
And listen, if she starts crying afterwards, it's probably just a bit of wind, but walk her around a bit. She likes that.
Yeah, I know. She's my niece, remember? I live with her. Now go.
You're an angel, Simon. Right, I'll see you both later.
Yeah, see ya.
Oh, and listen, you can give her a bath if you want.
Yeah, okay.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah. Don't want any trouble from you, madam.
There you go, mate. Cheers.
I don't know if I'll be able to keep this up. And you'll have seen all my outfits by the end of the week.
So?
I'll let you into a secret. All that stuff about women dressing to please men is rubbish. They do it to impress other women.
Is that right?
George says 7:30.
Well, you have to count me out.
You can't go out now. They'll be here any moment. And Phil can't make it, can he? I promised Annie that... Oh, hello, love. Nice to see you. Grant, this is Annie, George's daughter.
Hi.
Good to meet you, Grant.
You two, bit of a surprise, eh?
You're telling me.
I'm sorry my other son can't make it.
Phil runs the Archers. He's married to Kathy, who runs the cafe.
I expect you'll meet him soon. We've got a lovely baby son, Ben, my grandson. He's gorgeous, isn't he, George?
Oh, yeah. Strapping fella.
Dad said you've got a daughter, Grant.
Yeah, that's right, Courtney.
Nice name.
Yeah.
How's your niece today, then?
Fine, no problems.
Oh, that's good.
There you go. This bloke started chatting me up at the bar. It was really weird.
It's been ages since we've done this, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't say I really miss it, though, do you?
No, I'm glad I'm out of it. Getting all done up to get a bloke's pathetic, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I suppose it's easy to be smug when you're married.
I ain't been smug. All right, then. Ricky's cooking for himself tonight. He'll probably use every pan in the house. I've told him to wash up. I know he's got his orders.
You're loving it, ain't you? This is all you've ever wanted.
Boring, ain't I?
No, you know, I really hated it when you first went all domesticated, but I don't mind now. Now that I've got Courtney.
Oh, she's so gorgeous.
Yeah, I know. Everywhere I take her, people smile at her, and even Grant goes all gooey when he's with her. I can be really gentle sometimes.
Look, Tiff.
It's all right, Bea. I'm not kidding myself. I do know there's a difference between playing happy families and actually being one.
Come on, let's have another drink. I brought you here to enjoy yourself, remember?
Martin was really quiet today, wasn't he?
Yeah. So was Mum.
Can you two come in the living room for a minute, please?
What is it, Mum?
You all right? Yeah, sit down. There's something I've got to tell you.
while ago, I came across this letter. It was written 60 years ago, from your gran to Ethel. Ethel doesn't know I've got it. I photocopied the original and put it back with her things. I didn't know whether to tell you or not.
What's it about?
I've got a sister. A sister I never knew I had.
Must be nice for you, though. I mean, you chose Ricky a long time ago, didn't you? And you got what you wanted, dead simple. Except for that business with Sam.
Yeah, well, she was nothing to him, just a passing phase, that's all.
Yeah.
Anyway, she didn't love him like I did. She didn't stand a chance against me, did she?
No. She come to see me, you know.
Who? Lorraine. You're kidding?
No. I didn't let her off the hook, though. She knows if it wasn't for her, things would be different between me and Grant. She was really pathetic.
What, Tiff?
She didn't seem very happy. Mad, innit? He's all I've ever wanted. She should be laughing. If you ask me, it's on the rocks.
Well, how'd you know?
I saw Grant knocking at her door, shouting out her name. Wonder why that was.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they've had a row.
Exactly. Good, innit?
I don't know why you waste your time with him. You could get anyone you wanted.
Yeah, maybe, but didn't have much choice, did I? I fell in love with him.
You don't know how lucky he is.
I think we were made for each other, just like you and Ricky. Only he doesn't realise it.
We'll tell him then.
What?
Well, if you're right about him and Lorraine, put up a fight for him if that's what you want.
Well, yeah, I do more than anything.
Well, then go for it before Lorraine gets her claws into him.
Right, you. Bath time.
The baby was born yesterday. That's 17th of April, 1933. She is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. And I would dearly love to keep her.
Oh, Mum.
I know I can't look after her properly and give her all she deserves. Polly, I'd keep her with me for 6 weeks until all the documents are signed. I don't know how I'm going to part with her. How can the world be as cruel as this?
The staff here just call her the baby. I'm not supposed to give her a name. But when I am alone with her, I call her Mary. Her daddy will never see her, and that breaks my heart. I'm so ashamed of what I have done. One day, Ethel, I will find my daughter and make up for such a bad start. I will live the rest of my life in guilt until I can put right this wrong.
Come on, darling. Please, Courtney.
Yeah, hello. This is an emergency. It's my gas boiler.
Come on, let's get another drink. Do you mind if we go? Well, come on, Tim. It's early yet. Anyway, I told Ricky not to wait up for me. I don't want him to think I can't have a good time without him.
I don't care. I've had enough of it here. All right, then. I'll call a cab. Come on, we'll go out and get one.
So why didn't you come into work? I mean, I came round, I called.
I wasn't feeling very well, that's all.
Well, what's wrong?
I'm okay, I'm fine now.
Mum came round. She didn't upset you, did she?
No,
Well, what did she say to you?
nothing. She was just annoyed that I drunk Tracy, that's all. I just wanted to hide under the duvet all day.
Come here.
No,
Look, I can't handle this, Lorraine. I mean, what do you want me to do? Just tell me.
I'm sorry. I can't accept this.
Is this it? Is it over?
I don't know. You seem to be the one with all the answers. You tell me.
Hello? Are you sure it ain't a leak?
Yes, mate, I've turned it off.
Yeah, and it's not dangerous?
I told you, no. It's just your boiler, it's knackered.
Well, hang on.
What's going on? I'll get on to your landlord, mate. Find out who's responsible for the boiler.
Where's Tiffany? Out with Bianca.
You what?
Yeah, well, the boiler was making funny noises. I had to call the gas man. Yeah, well, it ain't fixed, though, is it? Well, no, but I'm going to get it. Right, she's coming over the Vic with me. No, she's fine. I'm looking after her. And what if there's a gas leak? You thought about that? She could be poisoned. Look, it's not dangerous. It's just knackered. She's coming with me. Look, wait, Tiff will be back in a minute. You can't. Don't tell me what I can't do. She's my daughter.
It's a shame Grant disappeared like that.
Oh, sorry, George. But there'll be plenty of other nights, won't there? At least you've met him now.
One down, one to go, eh?
We'll get there one of these days. Night, love.
I know.
Night, Peggy.
What's going on?
There's a gas leak next door. It's not safe for her there.
Oh, no. Where's Tiffany?
Good question.
I really enjoyed myself, didn't you?
Yeah.
I think we should make it a regular girls' night out, yeah?
Yeah, I don't know about that. To be honest with you, all I could think about was Courtney.
Yeah, I know, Dad. Here you are, mate.
I wish I hadn't said anything now.
All right.
Oh, he's got me all churned up, innit?
Well, you're going to talk to him then? You're going to tell him how you feel?
Well, I want to, but...
What?
Oh, do you think I should?
Well, if it's what you really want to.
Well, I do. I'm sure about it.
Well, then do it. What have you got to lose? Good night.
I could kill you. Where have you been?
I was busy at work. I forgot, all right?
Hello, boys. How'd it go? I'll tell you what, I've got a splitting headache.
Tiff,
Did she go down all right?
Grant's taken her.
What?
he's taken her to the Vic.
Why?
Well, the boiler packed up. He must have seen the gas van. He just came in and took her.
Oh, and you let him?
Don't look at me. I've just come in. Yeah, that's right. Look, I tried to stop him, Tiff, but he's a bit bigger than I am. Well, come on.
She must need a feed by now.
Yeah, it's in a bag. I'll do it.
Shouldn't you wait till Tiffany gets back?
Well, she shouldn't have gone out, should she?
You know, I don't think George was very impressed by the way you sloped off like that.
Grant! Open the door!
Grant?
What do you think you're playing at?
And what do you care? You're the one that was out of the town.
That's not fair, Grant.
Yes, it is, Mum. Well, she's interested in going out and having a good time.
Look, you idiot.
Shut up. It's got nothing to do with you.
Grant, please. I just went for a night out, that's all. Bianca asked me. It wasn't even my idea.
Yeah, you jumped at it, didn't you? What kind of mother are you, leaving her in a death trap like that?
Simon?
Yeah, that's rubbish, Tiff. The bloke said the boiler's knackered. It's not dangerous.
That's not what you told me.
You've had a carbon monoxide poisoning, Mum.
I told you, it's fine.
And what do you know about it? This is my daughter we're talking
Right,
about.
give it to me.
Let her go, Grant.
I want her here.
You're sure, are you? It's definitely safe.
Yeah, the bloke swore it was okay.
Right, let Courtney go home. This baby should be at home in bed. Come on, everybody, out. The pub's closed.
Right, you go home. I won't be a minute.
Tiff, are you all right?
Yeah. Listen, Grant, I know you're only angry because you love her. You was worried. I mean, I know how you feel.
No, you don't.
No, you're wrong. I do. I wanted to talk to you.
Oh, yeah.
Just stop it, will you? Just listen to me.
Mum's got it all wrong, you know. There's no way Courtney should be with you.
Don't say that. I love her more than anything. She means the world to me. And you, Grant, if only you knew how much
I ain't gonna wait another minute, do you hear me? I'm getting Courtney off you. And for good.
Hi, I'm Susan Murphy. EastEnders is a show we get a lot of mail about, all of it good. Viewers use phrases like, best show on television, we never miss it, and a fan for many years. In fact, the only complaint we ever receive is the fact we don't air the show often enough. We know for a fact that hundreds of thousands of tri-state area viewers watch this show every week. We also know that membership does not even come close to that number. And we think that is due in part to the someone else will call in mindset. That someone else has to be you. We need you to help even up that score. Make a financial pledge of support to keep EastEnders on the air. It is here on WLIW only through the grace of viewers who have supported it in the past. EastEnders is not seen anywhere else in this region. Where would you go if we had to give it up? And that wouldn't be our decision, it would be your indecision. So decide to make the call now. And when you call in a pledge of $75, one of our thank you gifts at that level would be a brand new never seen in the States before book that is sure to please every EastEnders fan. It's called Blood Ties, The Life and Loves of Grant Mitchell. He is, of course, one of the most provocative, unpredictable, and sexy characters in this show. The perfect subject for a book. You'll hear about our other thank you gifts in a minute. Every British show we air on Channel 21 is a perfect example of member-supported programming. There are no underwriters. There's only you. So what do you think these shows are worth? If you make it a point to be in front of the telly every Wednesday night, or your VCR is faithfully set to this time period, then add one more ritual around your TV watching, and that's pledging. And you don't have to do it every week, just once a year. And you can choose the level of membership best for you. It helps to guarantee you the television shows that are best for you. Make that call right now.
Most weeks, when you sit down to watch EastEnders, you watch with no interruptions. These occasional membership reminders are in lieu of the commercials we would have to air if that's how we made our money, but it isn't. We could replace the programs with shows we think would have a broader appeal, but we won't do that either. That's why it's so important to make viewers members. You may not be the largest audience we have, but we know how loyal you are to the shows. So become a member. With your membership, which covers you for a whole year, we have several thank you gifts. At the $75 level is the book you just heard about. You can't get it anywhere but from your public television station, WLIW. We went overseas to find a new thank you gift for our loyal EastEnder fans, and we know you'll be delighted with Blood Ties, The Life and Loves of Grant Mitchell. It's a paperback that follows Grant from his stint in the Falkland War to his own personal wars on the home front. What a great gift idea. At the $60 level, you have your choice of 3 gifts: the official EastEnders mug, the popular note cube, and the t-shirt. Choose the level that's best for you and then go to the phone and please call us at 1-800-767-2121. Bring your credit card to the phone if you can. A charge pledge means less paperwork and more producing power for your pledge dollar.
Here it is, a brand new book about one of the show's most interesting characters called Blood Ties, The Life and Loves of Grant Mitchell. We picked it out specially for our EastEnders viewers, and this book is not available in any store. It's yours when you make a membership call at the $75 level. You're helping to guarantee you see brand new episodes as you also get this brand new book. To quote one EastEnder fan, the EastEnders cast is endearing and enduring. That's what brings you here every week. But for the show to stay here, we need you to do your part. When we have to preempt or move a show, boy, do we hear about it. Well, now we need to hear from you right this minute. If you choose not to support EastEnders, then there's always the chance it will be dropped from the schedule. Viewer support doesn't keep it on the air. Member support does. So don't take chances with the programming you can't find anywhere else on the dial. Make the call. All we ask is your fair share, and you get to determine what that share is. Let's hear from you now.
Consider what a Wednesday night would be without EastEnders. Not a pretty picture, is it? If you pledge $75, we can send you the new book, Blood Ties, The Life and Loves of Grant Mitchell, exclusive to us here at WLIW. Not only do we bring you unique programming you can't find anywhere else, we bring you the thank you gifts to match as well. At the $60 membership level, you could choose one of these 3 gifts: the ceramic mug, the notepad, or the official EastEnders t-shirt. What great gift ideas for fans who may no longer be able to see the show. Or why not treat yourself? And while you do, feel good about knowing you've helped to continue the tradition of British programming on WLIW. The phone number is right there on your screen, 1-800-767-2121. Ring us up.
In Italy, about 500 years ago, master painters and sculptors devoted themselves to making their world beautiful. They succeeded so well, they set an unmatched standard for human creativity. Watch as we pay tribute to the artistic legacy they left behind. Tune in as WLIW 21 presents Masters of the Italian Renaissance.
Coming soon to WLIW 21.
Hi, I'm Susan Murphy. EastEnders is a show we get a lot of mail about, all of it good. Viewers use phrases like, best show on television, we never miss it, and a fan for many years. In fact, the only complaint we ever receive is the fact we don't air the show often enough. We know for a fact that hundreds of thousands of tri-state area viewers watch this show every week. We also know that membership does not even come close to that number. And we think that is due in part to the someone else will call in mindset. That someone else has to be you. We need you to help even up that score. Make a financial pledge of support to keep EastEnders on the air. It is here on WLIW only through the grace of viewers who have supported it in the past. EastEnders is not seen anywhere else in this region. Where would you go if we had to give it up? And that wouldn't be our decision, it would be your indecision. So decide to make the call now. And when you call in a pledge of $75, one of our thank you gifts at that level would be a brand new, never seen in the States before book that is sure to please every EastEnders fan. It's called Blood Ties, The Life and Loves of Grant Mitchell. He is, of course, one of the most provocative, unpredictable, and sexy characters in this show. The perfect subject for a book. You'll hear about our other thank you gifts in a minute. Every British show we air on Channel 21 is a perfect example of member-supported programming. There are no underwriters. There's only you. So what do you think these shows are worth? If you make it a point to be in front of the telly every Wednesday night, or your VCR is faithfully set to this time period, then add one more ritual around your TV watching, and that's pledging. And you don't have to do it every week, just once a year. And you can choose the level of membership best for you. It helps to guarantee you the television shows that are best for you. Make that call right now.
Most weeks, when you sit down to watch EastEnders, you watch with no interruptions. These occasional membership reminders are in lieu of the commercials we would have to air if that's how we made our money, but it isn't. We could replace the programs with shows we think would have a broader appeal, but we won't do that either. That's why it's so important to make viewers members. You may not be the largest audience we have, but we know how loyal you are to the shows. So become a member. With your membership, which covers you for a whole year, we have several thank you gifts. At the $75 level is the book you just heard about. You can't get it anywhere but from your public television station, WLIW. We went overseas to find a new thank you gift for our loyal EastEnder fans, and we know you'll be delighted with Blood Ties, The Life and Loves of Grant Mitchell. It's a paperback that follows Grant from his stint in the Falkland War to his own personal wars on the home front. What a great gift idea. At the $60 level, you have your choice of 3 gifts: the official EastEnders mug, the popular note cube, and the t-shirt. Choose the level that's best for you and then go to the phone and please call us at 1-800-767-2121. Bring your credit card to the phone if you can. A charge pledge means less paperwork and more producing power for your pledge dollar.
Here it is, a brand new book about one of the show's most interesting characters called Blood Ties, The Life and Loves of Grant Mitchell. We picked it out specially for our EastEnders viewers, and this book is not available in any store. It's yours when you make a membership call at the $75 level. You're helping to guarantee you see brand new episodes as you also get this brand new book. To quote one EastEnder fan, the EastEnders cast is endearing and enduring. That's what brings you here every week. But for the show to stay here, we need you to do your part. When we have to preempt or move a show, boy, do we hear about it. Well, now we need to hear from you right this minute. If you choose not to support EastEnders, then there's always the chance it will be dropped from the schedule. Viewer support doesn't keep it on the air. Member support does. So don't take chances with the programming you can't find anywhere else on the dial. Make the call. All we ask is your fair share, and you get to determine what that share is. Let's hear from you now.
Consider what a Wednesday night would be without EastEnders. Not a pretty picture, is it? If you pledge $75, we can send you the new book, Blood Ties, The Life and Loves of Grant Mitchell, exclusive to us here at WLIW. Not only do we bring you unique programming you can't find anywhere else, we bring you the thank you gifts to match as well. At the $60 membership level, you could choose one of these 3 gifts: the ceramic mug, the notepad, or the official EastEnders t-shirt. What great gift ideas for fans who may no longer be able to see the show. Or why not treat yourself? And while you do, feel good about knowing you've helped to continue the tradition of British programming on WLIW. The phone number is right there on your screen, 1-800-767-2121. Ring us up.
NetFiles is funded in part by the Technology Innovation Challenge Grant Program, U.S. Department of Education, OERI.
Hi, I'm Angie Callahan. Welcome to NetFiles, the show designed to help you learn more about the Internet and how to integrate it into your classroom. We will be coming to you monthly with interesting and informative segments designed to be useful in the following month. For instance, in October, we will be highlighting segments on how you can integrate websites and lesson plans centered on elections. In November, we'll be demonstrating multicultural websites and lesson plans to assist you in successful holiday projects. And while you will only see us once a month, you can go to our NetFiles website 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Located at www.netfiles.org, it has lesson plans, glossaries, resources, coming events, and a whole bunch of other helpful stuff. Hey, go have a look. In this first show, we're going to cover the basic groundwork of using the Internet, concentrating on email. We'll take you to 4 classrooms where teachers used email as an integral part of successful projects. We'll tell you how to find and link up with Key Pals and other good stuff. You may, of course, tape these programs and use them free of charge, so I hope you've pushed the record button. Right now, we're going to bring you up to date with the latest news. Vandora?
Thanks, Angie. Welcome, everybody. Apple's new iMac, which took center stage this past July at Macworld Expo and hit stores in mid-August, is selling like wildfire, claiming to, quote, combine all the possibilities of the Internet with all the magic of the Macintosh, unquote. The iMac ships with a 233 megahertz processor, a 56K modem, 32 megabytes of RAM, a built-in Ethernet jack, and includes a variety of software ranging from the Internet Explorer browser to Quicken Deluxe 98, all for under $1,300. A controversy has arisen over Apple's decision to signal the end of the floppy drive by not including one with the iMac. It does come, however, with a 24 times CD-ROM drive. And speaking of Apple, now that co-founder Steve Jobs is back as interim CEO, have you ever wondered whatever happened to Apple's other co-founding Steve, Steve Wozniak? Well, the other Steve, or Woz as he's commonly known, spends his days teaching computer classes for middle schoolers in Los Gatos, California. He's been at it for 8 years now, and when he's not teaching, he organizes rock concerts, sits on several boards, gives commencement addresses, and generally enjoys life. Go figure. And that's what pundits are saying about Windows 98. Despite Microsoft's current Department of Justice woes, an almost non-existent marketing campaign, and generally less than positive reviews, Windows 98 sold 510,000 copies in 4 days, racking up over $40 million in sales. Maybe there is something to that investigation after all. And there's something definitely to AT&T's $48 billion deal to purchase TCI, the country's second largest cable provider. With the merger, AT&T will gain direct access to homes, something it hasn't enjoyed since the government-mandated breakup of AT&T in the early 80s. Can you say Telecommunications Act of 1996? That's the news for now. Back to you, Angie.
Thanks, Vandora. And now, dear viewers, pay attention to these important terms. confront those terms in the course of communicating with each other over the internet. We'll have more later. Now I'd like to introduce another important member of the Net Files team. Say hello to Tom Deering. Hi, Tom.
Hi, Angie.
Tom is technology teacher specialist with the Norfolk Public School System and teaches classes on various aspects of internet culture at WHRO. So, Tom, what's on the NetWise agenda today?
Well, first I'd like to say thanks for including me in this project of Net Files. This is going to be very exciting because, you know, the media has told us that the internet is going to have the most impact on our lives and our society since the introduction of mass production of automobiles on the assembly lines. Now, whether you believe that or not, I think we will all agree that the internet is here to stay, and we need to learn how to use it more effectively, and I think this is going to be a great vehicle to have that happen.
And you're a great teacher. I know. I've learned from you myself.
Well,
so
thanks. I appreciate
we're glad you're
that.
here.
Well, today's lesson, as it were, is going to be about email, because the internet is a variety of tools. You know, we have browsers, we have FTP, and we can go for, but by and large, the most popular tool of the internet package is communication through email. So, you know, we thought we'd talk to the people about how this works and how to make it really work for themselves personally and in their classroom.
Excellent.
Okay, so with the email, we have electronic email, and when you get on the internet, generally you get an account with an internet service provider. One of the definitions you saw on screen was ISP. So with the account, generally comes a mailbox, and maybe several mailboxes for your family members, individual boxes, so you don't have to share all the time. But anyway, let's talk about email addresses. When you get an address, it basically is made up of what you call the user's name. And in this case, I mocked up an address just to see how it worked. My name, my login would be T. Deering, tied to the computer that the account sits at with the ampersand sign or the @ sign. Okay, so tdeering@internet.com is my address. Very, very simple. You know, it's fun after a while to decipher these addresses and see exactly who has an account on what. So it might be somebody at AOL.com, or it might be somebody at WHRO.net, or wherever. So, you know, email addresses are very, you know, widely varied and have a lot of different information in them. Well, what we would like to do is send you an email from our account.
Okay, all right.
So,
send mail to Angie, huh?
Send mail to Angie. But before we can do that, we need to set up our browser to actually make the mail work here, to be able to send and to receive mail.
So now we're getting into the more technical aspect.
Yeah, here we go. Now, before the browser got so popular as far as the mail reading and sending was concerned, we used to have different programs. One was called Eudora. You may have heard of that.
Of course.
And Eudora,
used it for a while.
Sure, sure. And but with the browsers becoming more sophisticated, the mail is becoming easier, very seamless, as it were, as far as the reading and the sending of mail. So what we would do at this point in time to set up our mail is go to the Preferences menu in Netscape Navigator. And by the way, we're gonna jockey back and forth between browsers here, so we don't you know, incur any wrath here.
We're in Netscape today.
That's
using
right.
Netscape.
Right. And we would go to Mail and Groups. And the major areas you need to deal with in this area is the identity. And here I put my name, and it says this is my email address. This is the address that I want the mail to come back to. And my organization is, of course, Net Files. Okay. The second thing I need to deal with in this control panel is where the mail is going and where it's coming from. Okay, so my mail server name is my login. My outgoing, where the mail is being sent through, is my SMTP. Do you really need to know what SMTP stands for? Not really.
Oh, good.
More acronyms.
Right, one less to have to remember.
Right. And the incoming mail server, where it's coming through, where you're going to be reading it from, is the bottom one. Now, your internet service provider will give you this information, and most times with the software setup, it'll be included in the setup. So you don't even have to type this stuff in here. But in case you go to a machine that is not your own machine.
Right, which we all do occasionally.
That's right. And in schools, I mean, there's internet access all over the place, but not necessarily your mail setup is there. So it's a good idea to, you know, be able to come in here and, you know, maybe move the settings a little bit and, you know, be able to set it up for your own mail access. All right? So once these are all set up, we're all set, we can say, okay, we're ready to go. And now we can go ahead and click on Send Mail to Angie. And what's nice about this is that automatically...
I'm going to get lots of mail.
You're going to get lots of mail. Congratulations. And at any rate, whoops, that wasn't very good. What we can do at this point in time is we can go ahead and maximize this and take a bigger look. Now, your address is already here. What's very, very nice. We would put a subject in this letter, so we would say hi, and then we would tab down and we would type the letter to you. Go ahead and we would send it out by simply clicking on the send button.
Now,
Very,
did you
very
do
simple.
spell check there as
Well,
well?
I should do a spell check there, but, you know, people know how I type, and so I thought I'd just go ahead and do it this way.
Okay.
All right? So this is how you actually go ahead and send a mail through the browser. Now, I'm going to discard this because I don't want to, you know, to block your mailbox up too much. But, you know, this is a way to go about doing this. If you want to send and receive mail through the internet without having to make those changes all the time, a very, very popular tool has become the web-based email servers. And Hotmail is probably the biggest and the best and probably the most known of the web-based emails situations. You can sit down at any machine, type in www.hotmail.com, and you're off to the races. Not a problem.
That's true.
And, you know, so no settings. Once you get an account there, it's a piece of cake. My own kids have Hotmail accounts because they can go any place and check their email.
Right.
And it's not a problem. So that's how the web base is. By the way, Alta Vista and Excite and Yahoo, all the search engines are now offering free mail.
Oh.
So it seems to be a nice way to get people to come visit their site and ready to go. Now, as educators, once we get up with the email, what can we do? Well, one thing we can do is we can go enter into something called a listserv. And what a listserv is, it's a mailing list, and it has people sending letters about information about a certain topic. So library media specialists have LMNet, and different things are there. So that works really well.
Math teachers for math teachers, science teachers, so forth.
Exactly. The other thing that we can do is that, and this is what your segment later on with the classrooms is concerned with, is with pen pals. And we have different pen pal groups that allow us to go ahead and find pen pals on the internet. And one of those things is called epals.com. And it comes up, and there are over 6,600 classrooms looking for pen pals all over the world. So it's a great 6,600 and
Lots
growing.
of opportunity there,
yes.
yes.
6,600 and growing. So, you know, this is one of them, and the website will have more addresses, more sites to go to. So, you know, the email is a fantastic way to go about communicating. Communication is a big thing with the internet. The U.S. Postal Service has noticed that they've got problems. They've got a decrease in mail because of the fact email has become so popular. So, you know, in that respect, we have a fantastic tool on the internet, email. Get out there, get those accounts, and get those letters going.
Absolutely. Well, that's terrific. So, email is one of the very first things you can do in your classroom, and you took us through a few steps here to be able to use email in the classroom.
Right. It's easy to do. It's a piece of cake.
All right. Well, thanks, Tom. That was terrific. We'll be back with Tom for net safety with more good information in a little bit for you internet users. But right now, let's have some more net speak. Terms and many more can be found on the Net Files website, so look it up. Now we come to the center segment of Net Files, Net Classroom. Here we present teachers who have used the internet to enliven and enrich their classroom curriculum projects. Today we have 2 elementary, 1 middle, and 1 high school project to share with you. We begin with Pam Kemblin, a 3rd grade classroom in Poquoson, Virginia. This will be Pam's 4th year using material on Journey North.
Journey North is a program that starts about Groundhog Day, and it tracks the migration of about 12 or 13 animals north. Whooping cranes, humpback whales, manatees, robins, orioles, butterflies. What you do as a teacher is you register and or you log on to the internet, and you can just follow the migration of whichever animal or animals that you're interested in as they come north. But there's something that you can start in the fall, and it's called Send Monarch Butterflies to Mexico. So what we did was sending the monarch butterflies to Mexico. They have all the specific instructions are online, and the students colored monarch butterflies. Then they had to send a message in Spanish because these butterflies were being sent to Mexico, which is where the real monarch butterflies migrate to. So since they were 3rd grade and students don't learn Spanish in 3rd grade, we had a father who is from Mexico, and he worked with me as far as coming up with what we were going to write. So we sent all the butterflies then with the messages in Spanish to Journey North. And then when the first butterflies started to leave Mexico, then they started reporting. And then schools from all over the United States started reporting and saying, you know, we've seen the monarchs in Texas and we've seen them in California. Here we didn't see them until May. In fact, using my class account, the students do their own email. What I did was I picked 2 or 3 students and we talked about ahead of time what we would do, what information we would send back. So the students are actually sending the messages and the students are actually doing the reporting. It means more to them because they're actually writing the letter than if I did it. You know, they have the personal responsibility, the ownership of writing the letter and sending it on the email. We invited the people from the ladies from the Butterfly Society to visit our classroom, and they came in and brought display cases. They came in and showed the students examples of the kind of flowers and plants that will attract the butterflies. I figured out in using this program, I did everything. I hit every single curriculum area that you could cover except for music, and that's my weakness. You know, if I'd gone to the music teacher, I could have done more. But it's a program that lets you go through all grade levels, and it lets you go through all curriculum areas. And of course, it's interesting to students because it involves things in nature.
My student teacher this year's aunt taught in a school in Maryland, Chevy Chase, Maryland, and she was looking for a school to do a project called Exploring Our Community. And this project entailed 2 classes meeting together through email and answering the same historical questions about our community, the tourism, the business, the jobs the families had, what kids do for entertainment. And there was a series of about 14 questions that the Maryland children had to answer, and so did our kids. So we set it up. Our students decided which area they wanted to explore, geography, transportation, economics. And then we started in the internet, looking for what resources are out there about Williamsburg. Then we decided we wanted to see what we look like. So I learned how to use a digital camera. So my students and I went around the school and took pictures that we could put on a website I created called Exploring Our Community. And we were real careful. The kids are not named in the photographs for safety purposes. And then I published each of their different pieces of historical research, the research they had done through the internet and then through a trip to Colonial Williamsburg to gather more information. Maryland did the same thing. They liked the idea of the pictures, so they took pictures of their school. And then throughout this project, if you were doing geography, if that was your group, you would be emailing the students in Maryland doing geography about some of the problems that you had trying to find your research. So they had that communication too. There's a website on my homepage and then on the page of the computer teacher in Maryland. And what you would see are pictures of our students. Then you go down and you click on the site called Exploring Community and you learn all about Williamsburg. And then I had done home pages with my students too. And they wanted their key pals in both California and Maryland to see their own home pages to get to know them. And also it was a wonderful way of publishing their own work. And the kids learned so much about not only themselves and having to answer questions that they asked, but about students all over the world. So I think it's really powerful. And I think there's lots of projects you can get involved with on the internet now through Global Project, the IECC, International Key Pals. People want their children to reach out to others. So I think it's a wonderful avenue.
This spring, I actually worked with a school out in California. The name of the school was Benchley Weinberger. It was a magnet school. And I worked with 6th and 7th grade students at Plaza Middle School and 5th grade teacher at Benchley Weinberger. There were actually 3 sponsors. We had Cox Communications, we had the American Red Cross, and the Weather Channel. And the Weather Channel provided us the curriculum, and both schools studied weather for a month, And during that time, we did video conferencing with a program called Net Meeting, where we would send video over the internet from our school to their school, as well as we had a meteorologist in Atlanta actually give us instruction over the internet. His name was Dennis Smith. He talked to us about weather maps. He actually brought up satellite weather maps that we could see in our classroom, and he actually gave us weather lessons. So our students not only had the classroom teacher and the computer teacher, we had an expert meteorologist actually teach our students about weather, which without the internet, our students would not have access to an expert like Dennis Smith. We sent emails back and forth, and they'd get on the computer, they'd write email back and forth. So they established a relationship over the internet, basically through a key pal situation. So they knew each other before they actually had video conferencing. And then once we used video conferencing through a little camera, the students in California could see the students in Virginia and vice versa. Each class actually taught the other class. For example, at Plaza, one day our students were responsible, we taught about hurricanes. And then the following week, the students in California taught us about El Nino. The students had a wonderful time with this project. First of all, we were the first school in Virginia Beach to actually use video conferencing. And so they watched me try to troubleshoot. We were not successful in the very beginning because we were working off a local area network that had firewalls, so we couldn't get our video out, we couldn't get our voice out, and vice versa. So they watched us do all the troubleshooting, and then finally we were successful, and they were just so excited. They'll remember this the rest of their lives. With a program like Net Meeting, there's other programs out there as well, See You, See Me. The classroom teacher can now take their class anywhere in the world. For example, if there's a group that's exploring Africa with a laptop computer and a small little camera, they can actually, our students can watch them as they go through Africa. We could contact any guest speaker. They could come into our classroom.
This internet project is called MayaQuest, and I chose it for the interactive abilities that the students have with it. And also because I've been to this area of the world and my own enthusiasm for this area of the Americas. Originally, we started this project when we didn't even have the graphics. And I downloaded the emails from this team. It was a original team of 4 people of various backgrounds on mountain bikes, and they're rediscovering the Mayan ruins and going into the rainforest, and some of the Mayan ruins were uncovered, some weren't, and so daily they sent us emails. So we tracked them on a map, and we read their emails and looked up a lot of things, whether they were talking about the plants or the adventures that happened or the Mayan artifacts they found. We just had a lot of different discussions based on this project. But at this point in time, we have a lot more computers that are online. And now, of course, there's a lot more graphics and color, and it's much more visual for the students. This particular class is keyboarding, but the way I see teaching in any class, they're all interrelated, that nothing should be taught in isolation anymore. And through this project, they're using their newly discovered keyboarding skills. And from there, though, you talk about geography, the biological aspect with the plants and animals of the project, especially like this one, the rainforest. We talked about the living conditions and living in primitive areas. And I just see it that it's related to just about every topic you can come up with in the high school curriculum, just this one simple project. One of my goals this year is to teach the teachers here how to use the internet, how to be a little bit more comfortable, how to access it, what a site looks like. And I've compiled a lot of different sites for high school teachers, from history to math to foreign languages. So I'm gearing up so I can do this for our whole faculty and get them involved. For the students need it. They need to have more interactive learning, and you can do that through the internet.
Those teachers obviously enjoy their work. If you want to follow in their steps, the lesson plans for those projects are on the NetFiles website, so go to www.netfiles.org. You'll find the lesson plans and many other resources, including links to the internet sites used by our teachers today. Tom, some folks are nervous when it comes to using the internet with children. What do you have to tell us about that?
I don't think anyone would deny that there is, bad content on the internet, but there are ways to have our kids avoid that content. Most schools have the children sign an AUP, an acceptable use policy, so that they are trained to know what to do if they bump into something or something is sent to them that's not appropriate. Something that's been around for a few more years is the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And what they put on their website are a couple of brochures that you can actually read online. Child Safety on the Information Highway has been around for a while, and it talks about good ideas about what to do, what to tell your kids, how to train them to handle situations on the net that they run into. There's a new one called Teen Safety on the Information Highway, and this is brand new, 1998 copyright, and it looks great. It's something for the older kids, and it has some good pertinent information. Things we want to talk about kids as far as their stuff, what they shouldn't do on the line is they shouldn't give out personal information in emails, their addresses, their phone numbers, send pictures of themselves, all this other kind of thing. So, if they do bump into something, tell their parents right away, tell a teacher, let them know and let them handle the situation for them.
Right.
All right?
Okay, well, thanks, Tom. Those were some good ideas. Now it's time to talk to you about your website. We've seen lots of neat school websites during our travels around the net. So we'd like to have nominations for the NetFiles School Website of the Month. Again, go to the NetFiles website, fill out the School Website of the Month registration form, and we ask you to get your nominations in by the 10th of the month for consideration on that month's show. And now here's the best part. The school website chosen as School Website of the Month will receive a prize. Next month's honoree will receive a 1999 BMW Z3 Roadster. No, just kidding. But next month's honoree will receive a 56K fax modem by U.S. Robotics. Hey, Tom, we've just about used up our time. Any final words?
It's been a great time, and I'm looking forward to next month.
Me too. We hope we've given you something useful for better utilizing internet materials in your classrooms, ways to communicate with each other, and how to protect your students while using this terrific resource. We've provided a place, again, on the NetFiles website for you to express your opinion and offer suggestions or comments on the program and/or the website. We value your opinion and would like very much to hear from you. Or if you'd rather, you can write us at NetFiles, WHRO, 5200 Hampton Boulevard, Norfolk, Virginia, 23508. Next time, we're going to be concentrating on the social sciences and presenting ideas and projects to assist you in ways to excite and interest your students in the election process. Now, as we bring this first NetFiles program to a close, here are some upcoming conferences and meetings that may be of interest to you. So long. See you next time.
NetFiles is funded in part by the Technology Innovation Challenge Grant Program, U.S. Department of Education, OERI.
Today, you have become teachers. In your hands is our nation's future. Yet it will not be enough simply to make them learn. You must make them want to learn. This is your challenge today and tomorrow.
Few jobs ask more of a person. Help us give them some tools to do it.
NetFiles is funded in part by the Technology Innovation Challenge Grant Program, U.S. Department of Education, OERI.
Hi, I'm Angie Callahan. This is Net Files. In this program, we'll learn about search engines, acceptable use policies, and visit a net classroom where students are learning all about the political process through research on the internet. Of course, there will be new NetSpeak terms to learn and a host of great websites you can use in your classroom. Net Files is a free program. You can tape it and take a look at it whenever you're ready to learn more about the internet and how to incorporate it into your lesson plans. Each month, we focus on a specific theme that can be used in your classroom during the next month. This program is on elections. And since the season is almost upon us, next month our topic will be multicultural websites and lesson plans for successful holiday projects. You can always go to our Net Files website 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Our homepage is located at www.netfiles.org. It has lesson plans, glossaries, resources, coming events, and every segment on this show is digitized and available for you whenever you need a refresher. The clips are digitized two ways. Choose the one that's right for you. One is audio only and is best used by those of you with lower speed modems. The other is audio and video for those of you lucky enough to have a 128K or larger connection. Soundprint Media maintains our website. Go check it out after you watch the show. We'll get some technical information in a few moments, but first, the news. Pandora?
Does technology in the classroom work? Well, that's a question without a definite yes or no answer. A recent report from the Educational Testing Service in Princeton, New Jersey says it only works when teachers get sufficient training. The study, commissioned by Education Week, found 8th grade math students with teachers who received technology training were about 13 weeks ahead of others in their math skills. Students in other grades with teachers who had little training showed only slight gains over others. The study left unanswered how much and what kind of training would offer the most benefit for teachers and students. And schools looking to get help with cheap internet access from the federal government's E-rate program are still in limbo. The Schools and Library Corporation is the agency that runs the application process for schools to get underwriting help. The corporation is conducting a national series of workshops this fall, alerting school officials to a new application process, even as the first round remains incomplete. Congress cut the funding for the subsidy program earlier this year, and many schools will not get the full amount they requested. Early in October, the acting director of the agency sent a letter to all schools asking for a little more patience as the agency works on final decisions. At stake is $1.3 billion in subsidies for schools to access the internet and get internal wiring completed. And independent counsel Kenneth Starr's report is making life difficult, not only for President Clinton, but for thousands of educators who have to decide whether their students should have access to the report on the internet. Most of the material in it would be considered off limits by schools' appropriate use policy. Yet the historical document's value to current events, school debating teams, and social studies classes present a dilemma to officials. Schools are taking different approaches to the report. Some are using software like SurfWatch, which block all access. Other filtering systems are not blocking the report, and teachers are being encouraged to monitor the students' use. As one teacher put it, how do we prepare our children to make safe and responsible choices, given that they are living in an environment where they can and will have access to this material? That's it for Net News. Back to you, Angie.
Thanks, Van. Before we get our internet lesson, check out these important terms. You'll hear them explained shortly. NetSpeak terms later. Now, without further ado, let's get started on our NetWise lesson with our favorite computer teacher, Tom Deering. Hi, Tom.
Hi, Angie. How are you today?
What are you going to be talking to us about today?
Well, we've got a few things to cover, and so we're going to get right to work.
Okay.
Since this month's topic is dedicated to election sites and political process and that kind of thing, I thought we'd show you a couple sites that are really, really good as far as resources on the net for that kind of information. The first one we've got here is something called Web White and Blue.
I like it.
Which is really, it's very colorful, and it's kind of a takeoff on almost a cartoon character. But anyway, what we've got here is a great election resource. It's got information on voter information, campaigns. You can choose by the state or by the issue. You can, look at what's happening with the election news. Lots of great, great stuff here. And so Web White and Blue, definitely a site you've got to check out. The Washington Post has their own site for elections. This is their elections guide. And you can either type in your own zip code and get the information, what's happening there. Then it actually takes you to about the elections in your district. So if we typed in 23321 or 23, whatever it is, then it would take us to that section. Or you can go down to the clickable image map, pick on your state, and go ahead and click.
Your zip code.
Right. Then you go ahead and pick on and see what happens with the state elections, and it takes you the same kinds of information. Fantastic, really good site. And of course, we got the good old Thomas, which is the U.S. Congress on the internet. And that comes up and has what's happening in Congress now and the bills and all those kinds of things happening with not only elections, but also what's happening as far as policy and bills that are on the back burner for right now because of the sessions and that kind of thing. But good sites, good places to get information as far as political information in elections.
Great.
All right?
Great.
But what we're going to be dealing with mostly in this segment is something we're going to call search tools or search engines. And, we can find a lot of information on the internet, but unless we know exactly how to find it, it's basically a lot of bumping around until we find something specific. And so what we're going to do is we're going to look at some tools that are very, very popular and show you, how to basically navigate through them and get some good stuff from them in the least amount of time possible.
So instead of 1 million hits, you narrow it down to 25, maybe, something like that?
Exactly, because I've got my own surfing I want to do, so I've got to find my own information. The first things I have to find first. Yahoo is one of the first things I'm going to talk about. Yahoo, by definition, is not necessarily a search engine. It's more of a search directory. And the reason Yahoo is very popular is because people who want to find information will say, well, I don't really know how to find what I'm looking for. Give me some ideas. And so what Yahoo does, it provides what I call all of the yellow pages type of a situation, where they provide broad categories of education, entertainment, science, whatever else, and gets you that information in a very broad stroke. So all you do is you click on a topic like education, K-12 education, and all of a sudden it takes you back down and it subcategorizes the different information that's out there. Really, really simple. And for the people,
a directory.
Right, a directory. But for people who don't know how to type in the descriptors or kind of queasy about that, this is a good place to start.
Yahoo.
Yahoo's great. Now, there's a little trick with Yahoo, and I want to tell people about this. And with Yahoo, there's a situation that basically you put, instead of the www.yahoo.com, you type in local, L-O-C-A-L, .yahoo.com, and it takes you and allows you to type in some kind of a zip code if you want to, and gives you all the information about the community and the net and that kind of thing. So these are the things about Yahoo that you should take notice of. Yahooligans is the kids version. So if you want to be a little bit safer about what your kids are seeing on the net, then what you need to do is go ahead and touch Yahooligans.
So it's filtered, I would take it.
A little bit better, not quite wide open. Okay, let's get to search engines now. One of the search engines I want to deal with, and is really a good search engine, I think, is Alta Vista.
I know you think that, yes.
Always listed as one of the better engines. And recently, they've gone to a situation where you can just go ahead and type in a question, and it answers the question for you.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Wonderful.
But I'm going to go away from that and go to the old-fashioned way because
it's still best.
There's still a good way to go about doing this. If I wanted to find lesson plans about mathematics on the net, I could just type in mathematics. Okay, if I type in mathematics and go do a search, what it's going to come up with is basically 3,372,000 plus pages.
That's a lot of math problems.
So to go through that, it might be a little bit hairy. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to narrow the search by using something called a Boolean descriptors or an operator. So if I put a plus in front of mathematics, and if I put a space, and I'm going to type the word, I'm going to type another plus sign, and then I'm going to type lesson plans in quotes.
Okay.
And the reason for the quotes is that anytime I've got more than a one-word descriptor, now when I want to use that phrase, I want to keep lesson plans together. So it's going to look for mathematics and lesson plans, and when I do the search here now, hopefully it's going to come up with something just a little bit narrower, and sure, it comes down to 64,000 pages. All right?
A few less.
A few less, and look right away, look what we got here, mathematics lesson plans, right on top.
Yeah.
So it works really well. You can keep adding descriptors. If you want to do lesson plans, mathematics, plus fractions to get fraction plans, bingo, does it automatically right away.
Great. And you put a plus in the front of the word.
To make sure it shows up in that page that you're coming up with. All right? A couple other things. We have something called meta engines. And these are engines that search all the engines at one time. One of the newest ones is called Dogpile.
Okay.
And if you go to Dogpile, it's going to search Yahoo and Lycos and Excite and WebCrawler and AltaVista all at one time. And it does just as a shotgun look at the internet looking for information.
It's amazing.
So it works really, really well. Fantastic new resource. Not the newest one that's out there right now. But we got one, what I'll show you is as far as the newest one is concerned, is something called Ask Jeeves.
I've not heard of this one, so I'm very interested. Ask Jeeves.
Ask Jeeves, and here's the good old butler that we've, we know stereotypically as Jeeves the butler. This is where you can go ahead and type a question. So if I want to find out how much is Bill Gates worth.
Okay. More than I am, I know. Money-wise, anyway.
Okay. I can go ahead and type the question in and go ahead and ask. What's nice about Jeeves is that it does a meta search of all the search engines at one time, but being able to type in the question.
That's
okay,
great. That's
really great. So we have how much is Bill Gates worth today? So we can click on the go, and it takes us to another page, and this is Bill Gates' personal wealth clock, and it tells you exactly what the stock price is worth, what he's worth right now, the population of the United States, and what for every person we've all contributed. This says $218 and so many cents. So these are search engines. Great information on the internet as far as those are concerned. Use the Boolean descriptors in the general search engines, and sometime we're going to talk about something called portals, which are the new thing to go to get all the information you want on the internet, your mail, chat rooms, news, everything you want in one place.
All in one. Well, we'll save that for another time then.
The newest and the best.
The newest and the best.
Right.
Well, as always, thank you, Tom. We'll be seeing you
Thanks,
again. Tom will be back for our net safety segment, and he'll be here with more good information for you internet users. Right now, let's review those NetSpeak searching terms Tom shared. NetSpeak terms and many more can be found on our NetFiles website, so check us out at www.netfiles.org. Now we come to the center segment of NetFiles, Net Classroom. Here we present teachers who use the internet to enliven and enrich curriculum projects. When searching for someone who was using the internet to teach students about the election process, we found Dave Woody and Deb Rollins, a dynamic duo from Kemp's Landing Magnet School in Virginia Beach, Virginia. Their 8th grade students were quite impressive. Come with us now for First Bell Social Studies with Mr. Woody.
Okay, today we're going to go into the issues research phase of our campaign platform project. And I want to give you an overview of what you're looking for. The site we're going to use today is one of many that have been pre-selected, and this one we think is one of the best ones that you can use. And what they're trying to do at this phase is come up with a platform of how their candidate stands on various national policy issues and what their proposals would be if they were elected and their implementation plan. So that's what this is all about. So the question is, how do we get the information for the students? And that's when I turn to Ms. Rollins for help with using the internet. And this is a new and exciting way, rather than doing traditional library type research. Because if you're dealing with national policy issues, you really need to be current. You have to have a minimum of 7 national issues, but one of them is your water quality issue that you've already worked on in science. You can have an additional environmental issue if you want to. One of the things I wanted the students to do is to learn how to identify the issues, to learn to detect bias, to learn to detect objectivity. And to do that, they have to move around from one site to another. You're looking for articles pro and con. You might find an entry or article or abstract in there that indicates one point of view on an issue. If you do, you want to find the opposite point of view. You'll also find reports which are objective, which means they try to give a factual account of the issue and the various options that are available. But after you've done your research from here, and you've narrowed it down to the issues that your team is interested in and that your candidate is going to take a stand on, you will write those issues into planks for your policy platform. The class has been divided into 2 political parties. We're calling them the National Party and the American Party. You want to identify the issue, you want to state it in the form of a question that a candidate for President of the United States might be asked.
Why should we vote for you? Because I've been interested in politics for a very long time, and I've seen what happens to other candidates when they don't do what they're supposed to be doing. And I'm going to address all the issues. I know it's important to our community because I work with community problem solving, and I'm able to address them.
Is legislation needed by Congress?
I will try and do something about it if I could.
Is there going to have to be an appropriation of funds?
I think that education on social reform and nonviolence is probably the best answer, and well, that's what I'm going to try and do.
Does it involve one of the already existing executive agencies? Or are you going to use the system of federalism, which we've already studied, and have a policy that's implemented through state action with federal guidelines and federal funding?
Because I have some very important issues, and I'll do a good job. Vote for me!
I'm the greatest. So these are a lot of the decisions you're going to have to make. Before we go into the actual issues, Ms. Rollins is going to explain some things that will help you on your way and help you use your time.
Today what we're going to be doing is opening up ClarisWorks, and then we're going to go to Netscape. What I'd like you to do is on your desktop, see the icon for ClarisWorks? I'd like you to double-click it, please. Okay, what we're going to do right now is minimize this window so we can open up Netscape. What you should be looking at right now is Virginia Beach's homepage. And hopefully you'll find under the bookmarks a section that's called Policies.com Research Issues Library. Okay, on this site there are 25 issues. 24 you may go to. Everybody sitting in this room, have your parents signed the acceptable use policy? Okay, good.
Well, we are only allowed to use the websites that they have already looked at and made sure that it's all right. The technology side of it is to become familiar with the internet and realize all of the things that you can get from it. But also the social studies aspect is understanding how we elect our government officials.
I think it's definitely interesting to see what the people that are running our country are focusing on and thinking about, because it affects us in a big way, but a lot of teenagers just don't think about it.
We were discussing technology in the classroom and whether or not internet is a good thing to have in the classroom, and also funding for education from the federal government.
One of the things that struck me first in the computer lab is noticing the different interests the students have in the issues, and a lot of that, I think, is related to their learning style.
We're doing the year 2000 bug. That's one of the big ones. We're also doing nuclear security.
Many of these students feel very passionately about some issues.
We looked through one about immigrant rights and illegal immigrant rights, and we're trying to see if we can find some ways to give them more rights so they don't get, bullied into stuff.
They put their emotions into it.
Abuse. Yeah, we did one on child abuse. We found a really good one about how they talked about if you were abused as a child, you might have a better chance of abusing your children. We're doing environment.
Others are looking for the cold, hard facts.
I chose cyber liberties because I found out about it and it interests me, and I found a lot of information about the Communications Decency Act, and so since I had access to it, I figured I might as well use it.
We're looking at terrorism right now. We've also looked at some tax cuts ideas.
And right now we're looking at topics such as Americans with disabilities, gun control.
You know, this allows them to go whatever direction they want to go.
Right now we're trying to get the objective point of view, not non-biased point of view of political topics.
And so I thought we would tie this in, since we have to study the presidential process, with them identifying issues, so that if they got the technique, they could use this to evaluate issues and stands on issues at any level.
I think he's trying to get us to learn what the world's really like and how, what we should really care about.
Well, other than that, I think it's a good thing for the future, because I know a lot of people that are planning on going somewhere with politics. I am, and I think it's a very good thing that we're doing this.
It's really amazing to me to see this, because when I assess the students on a unit, if I give them a test, I'll have maybe an objective portion, but I rely very heavily on essays. And to see the way the students apply their information in ways that I hadn't even considered, then I know they're being original, and I know that they've learned it.
I think there's some future political candidates there at Kemp's Landing Magnet School. The lesson plan Dave Woody created, Presidential Campaign Simulation, Defining Issues, is available for you to download off our website. Go to www.netfiles.org and click on Net Classroom. For other great websites you can use in government and civics classes, check out these sites. Ms. Rollins mentioned acceptable use policies, and she was checking to see if her students had all their forms signed before going to www.policy.com/issues. Tom, let's talk about that.
Well, acceptable use policies are really, really important. I don't believe there are many schools out there anymore who let kids do work on the internet that don't have one in place. So, basically what it is, it's a contract between the user and the school system saying, look, this is the situation, these are the resources, and this is my responsibility to you. I call it the 3 R's. I call it resources, responsibilities, and ramifications. Resources, responsibilities, and ramifications if you don't, right? That's right, that's right. So we understand that the resources are very, very taxed in schools. We have to be very careful what we're doing with those resources, and so with using those resources, we must be responsible. We've got to go to the right places, we got to use that stuff, there's that word, for work, and not a whole lot of play. Right. And if we do bump into things, or if we go some places on purpose that are not acceptable places to be, then we know there are ramifications. There are some kind of, what's going to happen if I do this, then this will happen.
Right, and a wonderful resource could be removed because of that.
That's right, exactly. So we need to be careful, because as we all know, the internet has got a wealth of information, but it also has some not so hot things out there as well. So we've got to be really, really careful. I think it's important to note that schools are not only having students sign them, but staff members as well. And I think corporately, you're finding that more and more companies who provide internet access to their employees are requiring them to sign policies as well, saying, I'm not going to spend the whole day surfing my brains out, doing that instead of my work. So they're becoming more commonplace. Read what you're signing, know what you're agreeing to, and it makes really good sense to have one in place. A couple places on the internet that you might want to take a look at. There's a website called Critiquing Acceptable Use Policies, and it goes through and it addresses why and the wherefores and the pieces you need to have in there, and so that's really important. Another one you want to take a look at is the Bellingham, Washington Public Schools. And what they've got here is they've got internet policies on their website, student use, staff use, and all the forms that are going to be signed and explaining what's going to happen. So
I've been noticing that more with school websites, that they have their acceptable use policy right there on their website.
Right, and our school system has ours on place, so in case a parent wants to read it, the child loses it, they need to print another one out, everything is available, and it's not a problem. So, acceptable use policies, good, solid, careful planning by schools makes the internet experience a very, very good thing rather than something to be feared and avoided.
Right. And I know Deb and Dave, they said they searched for hours to find sites that were acceptable and ones that didn't have commercials on them even, which is something that you don't necessarily want in schools, not just pornographic type material.
Exactly, because there are all sorts of things you don't want your kids bumping into, not necessarily just those kinds of things. So being very careful, being judicious, prudent with those kinds of resources, it's a good idea.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully we'll learn more in our next time with net safety. Tom's good ideas will help us keep net safety in the classroom. So let's take another look at the net speak terms Tom shared with us earlier. Now it's time to reveal our first School of the Month. Our School of the Month is Norfolk Academy in Norfolk, Virginia, a proud tradition since 1728. They have a great website, but more importantly, their teachers use the internet.
We use it for everything. I mean, I use it for my French class, use it for this class, this project, I mean, English, government. We had a huge government project in December that we used it for that dealt with the Constitution. And so, I mean, in French, you can look things up that are actually in French, like papers that are in French and do stuff like that. So it's, I mean, I think it's great. And you certainly get a lot more information than you would get from just going to the library and looking things up in the encyclopedia. And you get more current information too, which is really nice.
Congratulations to Norfolk Academy, a great school and a great website. 7th grade students created the website. Each student researched a famous person and wrote web pages about them. They designed the website to be a resource for other students. If you'd like to nominate your school for School of the Month, go to our NetFiles website. Fill out the School of the Month registration form, give us the name of your school's URL, and why you think your school should be honored as the NetFiles School of the Month. We need to ask you to get your nominations in by the 10th of the month for consideration. Now here's the best part. Each school chosen receives a prize, and next month's honoree will receive an all-expense-paid field trip 430 plus chaperones to Sydney, Australia. No, just kidding. But next month's honoree will receive a 56K fax modem by US Robotics. So get online and nominate your school. Hey, Tom, we've just about used up our time. Any last words?
No, just one thing, though. That if people want to see certain things mentioned on NetFiles, then they should email us through the NetFiles website and let us know what's going on.
Thanks, Tom. We hope you'll join us next month on NetFiles. We'll be looking at multicultural websites because the holiday season will be upon us, and we want to make sure that you have some really good websites and lesson plans to use in your classroom. We hope you've enjoyed the program and that you'll be back next month for NetFiles. So long. See you next time.
NetFiles is funded in part by the Technology Innovation Challenge Grant Program, U.S. Department of Education, OERI. NetFiles is funded in part by the Technology Innovation Challenge Grant Program, U.S. Department of Education, OERI.
Hi, I'm Angie Callahan. This is NetFiles. In this program, we'll learn how to evaluate websites technically and for content. We'll also hear about filtering software and visit 5 net classrooms where students use the internet as a basis to learn about holidays and why we celebrate them. NetFiles is a free program. You can tape it and take a look at it whenever you're ready to learn more about the internet and how to incorporate it into your lesson plans. You can always go to our NetFiles website 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Our homepage is located at www.netfiles.org. Before we get our evaluation lesson, check out these important terms. You'll hear them explained shortly. Without further ado, let's get started on our NetWise lesson with the Bill Nye of the Internet, Tom Deering. Hi, Tom. How you doing today?
Fine, Angie. How about you?
I'm doing great.
Well, last time we talked about searching and finding all this sort of information on the internet, and even if you do a good, solid search, sometimes, you know, some of the sites you pick up just really aren't very good, or they may not be exactly what you're looking for. So what we're going to do today is we're going to talk about, once you get to a site, how can we evaluate, how can we take a look at the site and say, yeah, this probably has a good shot at being a pretty good site as far as content and what we're looking for, or do we look at it and say, well, maybe not so great, and let's move on someplace else. So when we do this evaluation, what we do is we actually take a look at maybe 2 different aspects. One would be the technical aspects of a website, and the other one would be the content of the website and what's actually there. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at a couple of sites that help us out with that kind of evaluation.
Okay, great.
The first site is out of the United Kingdom. This is called Richard Waller's 60 Ticks for a Good Website. And when I teach my graduate classes, I actually have my students go through and evaluate websites using a couple different tools, and this is one of them. And this is a very easy way to go about and see how technically correct, how technically good a website is. And you can tell just by the main categories in this site that, you know, how's your first impression? You know, is the homepage exciting? Is it interesting? Does it grab your attention? Does it have key facts like, you know, a mail to button? Does it have a title? All this other kind of thing. Getting down a little further, we talk about, are the links clear and meaningful? In other words, you know, do the links, are they readily available to you to click on and go someplace, or are they kind of you know, candid, not quite, you know, what you're looking for? Sometimes there are graphics that are links, and you don't have a clue.
Know where you're going.
I mean, it could be, you know, so you keep running your mouse button on the graphic looking for a pointer to come up to see if it's actually a link. Is there a structure to the website? You know, do the pages obey the same rules? Do they have a reference? Are useful external links provided? And does the website achieve its purpose? Once we go through these 60 ticks, you go through and there's a check at the bottom and says, okay, if you've got a score of, you know, 40 to 50 or 40 to 60, this is an excellent website. 20 to 40 is average, and it says less than 20, it says you've got a problem here.
Don't go there.
So you might want to plan on doing something else. And so this is what we can do to check out for the technical aspects. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to one of the websites that we're going to feature in our classroom segments, and this is the Kwanzaa website, the official Kwanzaa website, and we're going to take a look at this in regards to some of those technical aspects, but also in regards to what we call content aspects of the evaluation. And when we talk about content, we've got 5 different categories we're looking for as far as the you know, the website's concerned. The first thing we want to see is accuracy. You know, and we talk about accuracy. Well, how do we deal with that? Well, if a person's willing to put a contact or an email address up to you, say, you know, look, this is where we want to go to take a look at, you know, to contact the person. If they're willing to put themselves out there, chances are that you know, we've got some accuracy here. Another one is authority. You know, does the author have credentials? Does you know, who is putting this information up here? Look at the domain of the site, because what you've got here is, if it's a .com site, it might be trying to sell you something rather than actually just give you information. Other ones we need to deal with are objectivity. Is this like an advertisement, or is this for real? Are the links current? Are they dead links? Are the dates on the pages current? And the other thing we need to deal with is coverage of web documents and Java applications. You know, do we need special software to view the sites? So all of this stuff deals with that kind of information. A good place to get content information for evaluating websites is Kathy Schrock's Guide for Educators for the Internet. Lots of good things here, and they've got evaluations for all different levels. So take a look at that. We've got lots of things to do as far as the classrooms are concerned. I'm going to get in, get out, and turn it back over to you.
Okay, Tom, well, thank you very much for a quick little lesson on content evaluation as well as technical evaluation. Thanks, Tom. Tom will be back for our net safety segment with more good information on filtering software. Right now, let's review those evaluation sites Tom shared. All websites in NetSpeak terms can be found on our NetFiles website. So check us out at www.netfiles.org. Now let's take some time to visit a few net classrooms where teachers and students use the internet as their main learning tool. Our theme is multicultural celebrations. We begin by visiting 2 schools using different approaches to learn about Day of the Dead. At Mansman Suffolk Academy, Judy Barney's students researched famous native Mexican speakers, while at West Point High, students in Ann Hollowell's classes decided to recreate a Mexican celebration of Day of the Dead. Come with us now and learn about this Mexican tradition.
Part of learning another language is learn about somebody else's culture. El Día de los Muertos is a happy holiday in Mexico where families get together and honor their family members who have passed on. It is also celebrated as El Día de los Difuntos in Spain. And they have a picnic in the cemetery. Sugar skulls are also made, calaveras, and they are exchanged as we exchange our Valentines here for St. Valentine's Day. I wanted the students to learn about a different holiday, something that we don't have, and I wanted them to learn about it and have fun doing it. I wanted them to have hands-on. I had them make the calaveras, the sugar skulls.
She really wanted us to learn about Días los Muertos and how other cultures celebrated their holidays. And she wanted us to have a good time with it. We had to do a lot of creative stuff.
They also had to use the internet to look up a famous deceased native Spanish speaker and make a report on where this person was born and lived and why he or she was famous or infamous.
I did Plutarco Calles. He was a Mexican president. He was responsible for a lot of agrarian and social reforms.
I first told the students to get a person who was in a field that they themselves are interested in.
I hopefully am going to be a congressman or woman when I grow up. And I liked him just because he was in the politics and he was a president. Statesman.
They got their guidelines about a month ago. I give them plenty of time to think about it. We did go one day to the lab.
I really like to use the internet, and I think it is a really good resource for students.
You just can't put in famous person, native Spanish speaker. You have to have your field narrowed somewhat.
It helps you go quickly and thoroughly through the material that you need to find.
We had one of our students come up with a famous Peruvian surfer.
Okay.
He was absolutely thrilled, and so were his classmates. The whole world is at our fingertips with the internet. So there was no question about not using it. That's the way to go.
It was easier than looking up in the books, I think, and I think it helped us a lot to be able just to type in where we wanted to go, and it's sent us right to the specific site.
They've had maybe their first attempt to get some information, and they've succeeded. So they will use it in the future in any of their subjects.
The most important thing I definitely take away from it is the use of the internet and how we learned to use it more efficiently.
Learn how to use it and incorporate it as much as you can. No tengan miedo de usar el Internet. Es un pasillo para ir al futuro en el presente. Es un método de enseñar a los estudiantes y de aprendizaje para el maestro.
Gracias a la vida. Adiós.
Ahí viene el agua por la ladera y se me moja mi calavera. La muerte calaca, ni gorda ni flaca, la muerte casera, pegada con cera.
Culture is a critical component of every foreign language curriculum. Students need to know about the people who speak the target language. West Point, we're a small community and a small school. And I think it's all the more important for my students to realize that there's a very large world out there that they need to know and they need to be comfortable and knowledgeable.
If she wanted us to learn more about the Spanish culture or the Mexican culture and all, and just the things that they do and the celebrations that they have.
It's different in America. We don't do anything like that, and it's different. It's a way of expressing like a different culture.
In Mexican culture, the Day of the Dead is a major festival. It ranks right up there with Christmas and Easter in order of importance. They spend weeks preparing for this celebration. And I thought with our neighbors being so close, it was important for my students to have an understanding of this.
Day of the Dead is where the Mexicans think, that their past friends, family members have come back to celebrate with them around their gravestones and lay out the things that their past family members that died, their favorite things, like, say it's a child, they lay out toys, and just favorite things they celebrate with the spirits.
And I would not have done the lesson until we were online with the internet.
The internet, it's a lot more information, it's right at your fingertips.
It's easier than using books. It's right to the point.
The research phase alone would have been much too time-consuming. As it was, we went on the online, got on the internet, and found just a wealth of information with very specific details to help the students get organized so that they knew what we were doing, how they were going to do it, and why they were going to do it.
We can go from about the history of the Day of the Dead, food, events, other photos, the altar, culture, the timeline.
I think had we not found such a wealth of information, we probably would have confined ourselves to like 10 minutes. But then it snowballed, we got caught up in it. And our objectives were to then reenact. What if we were in Mexico? How would we be celebrating these days?
Because we don't celebrate any of this. We have Halloween, but they take it to a whole nother level.
We divided then into groups. And we had some students working on gravesite, another group on altar. We had another group that worked on music. And we had skeletons and masks and food. And then when we found information on the internet, we were able to disseminate it to the different groups according to what they were working on.
I worked on the altar.
Well, I helped Jeremy with the altar, and we had to go on the internet and look at a lot of information to find out how to actually make one, because we don't know how to. It's a Mexican tradition.
On the altar committee, we found a website that told us specifically how to set up the altar, that it was 3-tiered, what colors to use, what those colors meant.
It's done in 3 tiers with a picture of the deceased one on the top tier and candles and flowers on the second tier. The colors are purple, pink, and white. White is for hope, pink is for celebration, and purple is for pain.
Miss Gray, our media specialist here at West Point, bookmarked the different sites where we found particularly valuable information. And we informed the kids then that when they got online, that they could go to those favorite spots and find the information that they wanted, which made their research even that much easier. We're very indebted to her and the groundwork, the footwork that she did for the project. We spent maybe 4 days total in class. Mm-hmm. And that included what we found in the research. So it didn't take from our academic curriculum.
There should be one craft for every 2 people.
This party is our culminating activity for our Day of the Dead celebration. We are here together with all of the foreign language students, French and Spanish, from levels 1 through levels 5. And we are making tacos from our taco salad bar. And we are creating our craft project, which is calaveras, the Mexican skeletons. They're string puppets, actually, that jump if they're made correctly.
We are eating food and coloring, making skeletons for the Day of the Dead.
Judy Barney and Ann Hollowell's lesson plans are available for you to download off our website. So go to www.netfiles.org and click on Net Classroom. Here are the Day of the Dead websites they used. December brings holiday celebrations for many different cultures. There's Hanukkah, Christmas, and Kwanzaa. We visited 3 schools to see how teachers were using the internet to cover these celebrations. At Hebrew Academy, Aileen Kaufman wanted her students to understand the history behind Hanukkah. At Lafayette Winona Middle School, Shelley Park's French students learned about the foods French Catholics have each Christmas Eve after midnight mass. And Angela Goodlow used the internet to help her students at Ruffner Middle School learn the purpose of Kwanzaa. Let's go now on a multicultural Net Classroom adventure.
Today, we are going to begin to prepare for the next holiday that's coming up in the Jewish calendar. I think when everyone's faced with the internet the first time, it's an overwhelming opportunity that the whole world is out there. So first you need to figure out, how do you search for what you're looking for? So we're going to do a Hanukkah internet scavenger hunt. You have the directions in front of you. Each of you has a packet of information. If you put in a string of words, who knows what you're going to end up with. So what's the proper way to do a search? And where do you put those quotes? And where do you put those plus signs to get the information that you need?
They teach us in the school, they show us which different search engines to use, and how to use them, and tips on using keywords and quotation marks to be more specific.
So today we're going to do some internet searching to see what you remember, what you may want to investigate further, or just see what tickles your mind. And then once you find the information, what is it about this site that makes it an acceptable site to use? If I had let the children just search the sites anywhere they wanted, how would they know that this was something valid? So you have to be able to validate and realize where the resources are and who put out those sites, who are the authors of those sites. I'd like you to use Alta Vista as your search engine because this scavenger hunt was developed using Alta Vista search results. I think teachers have a lot more opportunities for research because things are at their fingertips, but they also have to be much better decision makers. There is no right or wrong. This is what the curriculum says. This is the bottom line, what you're supposed to teach. How you get there is a tremendous responsibility. Don't be afraid to ask questions. You may talk to your neighbor if you need help. You may raise your hand and I'll be glad to come around and help you. Also makes you be, almost to a certain extent, a little bit of a censor or a little bit of a director or a facilitator to make sure that the choices that you make are the choices that are going to get the results that you want. Spell Chanukah the way it is on the page so that we know that everybody's going to come up with something similar. And I wanted to make sure that the sites in this particular case were appropriate for what the task at hand was. I didn't want them to find Hanukkah crafts. I didn't want them to find how the family down the street celebrates Hanukkah. I wanted the educational piece.
Basically what happened was, it was around 2,000 years ago, in Israel, that was with Palestine.
The story has to do with the Jews, how the miracle.
And the Jews there, they were ruled over by the Greeks, and the king Antiochus, he set out a rule that the Jews couldn't follow Judaism anymore.
In the scavenger hunt, there was a section where they actually had to go to the site and find the 5 things that the Greeks would not allow the Jews to do. And that's a serious part of this holiday.
And he went into the Holy Temple and he put idols and destroyed it and desecrated the place. And then the Jews, they didn't like this, so they rebelled. They set together a small band of people and they attacked the Greeks and they came out victorious.
There's more to Hanukkah than presents, that there is a history and there is a religious piece to this. And this is not just fun and games, but there's a seriousness about it. There's a religious freedom aspect of it.
It's part of our heritage. We celebrate Hanukkah, we light the menorah, because after the war, when they came back to the temple, they had to light the menorah and they didn't have any oil. And then we found a little drop of oil.
And there was only enough to last the menorah for 1 day, and they used it and it burned for 8 days.
People fought for our freedom.
All right, if you click on result page number 2, that will bring you to the second page. Everybody can go to Alta Vista. Start your engines. There are children who are real visual spatial learners, and that's why when they got to the end of the scavenger hunt, they had the opportunity to build a picture and use their visual spatial intelligence along with technology, along with Hanukkah, so everything is kind of tied up and integrated together. The Virtual Jerusalem site that's written for kids has some really basic information that will help children understand this multicultural world. But the trick is you have to be able to read the Hebrew that's part of the site. And it's a nice piece for people who want to know what is Hanukkah all about.
I've learned how to light the menorah and the blessings that you say for them too.
I would recommend that any teacher who may not be at a Hebrew day school would go through and visit the sites and see first what on each site is appropriate for use in his or her classroom.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu l'chadlik ner shulchan.
And what does that mean?
Well, it's basically a blessing you're saying to Hashem while you're lighting the Hanukkah candles.
I think the internet can bring us all together closer. We can learn about each other. We can make that big world shrink. But we also have to remember that we have to talk to each other too, that the computer isn't the only way that we communicate, and that's why I like it when the students work together and talk to each other and discuss the things that they find, because there are still people in this world and we're not just a world of computers.
Our number 1 objective today is to allow you to use the internet so you can find out information about Kwanzaa. Our kids pretty much are visual learners, and it really helps those kids who need immediate feedback, those kids who may be ADHD and who need quick interaction. And so it facilitates many different learners and learner styles.
Well, I didn't know the names of the 7 symbols.
I've learned about its symbols, that there was like crops and candle holders. There was principles.
Be a better person, pretty much, with faith and creativity and being able to talk to one another, understand each other.
Each child was able to walk away with something, and we heard some of the students were able to say how they can utilize Kwanzaa in their lives, and they weren't even African Americans.
Seems like a good idea to reflect on yourself.
I think when we use the internet to celebrate and recognize Kwanzaa, we're actually extending ourselves as Kwanzaa should be extended.
It's just fun.
Happy Kwanzaa.
Bonjour. Salut.
Salut.
In France, 90% of the people are Catholic. Ils ont beaucoup de vieilles traditions de Noël, and they have a lot of old Christmas traditions.
I didn't know that there was a pastry called the Yule log.
The information we need ne se trouve pas dans nos livres, is not in our books. In the chapter where they learn words that have to do with winter and the holidays for that time of year, there's one page that tells the kids about Christmas. Alors nous allons faire notre recherche avec l'Internet. So we're going to do our research with the internet.
If you look in the book and it's not there, you always have the internet to go to look up something else.
Commandez-nous votre bûche. Go ahead and click on the picture. But with one computer, it's hard for 16 children, and that's a small class, to be patient. The computer is hands-on, and even though they have to be patient and wait their turn, kids really love things that are hands-on, and then the images change in front of them.
They eat sheep cheese and vinegar in France.
I didn't know that they had that kind of food in France or anything. I thought they had regular food.
It's like a hands-on book that takes them anywhere they want to go in the world.
I think that's a great way to learn.
Lesson plans for each of the multicultural celebrations we visited are available for you to download at www.netfiles.org. You'll find them by clicking on Net Classroom. And here are the websites the teachers use to teach Hanukkah, Christmas, and Kwanzaa. Let's turn back to Tom now for a little net safety and find out how to keep our students from going off the deep end. Tom, what's happening with filtering software?
Well, Angie, as we know, there's a lot of great content, but still not some great content on the internet. So what we have is companies who have created software packages that will actually block access to some of those sites that we don't consider to be quite child or student friendly. Sure. One of those packages is called Surfwatch, and so this is the Surfwatch site, and it talks about how you can order it, how to download it. It's really interesting because you can actually submit a site that may not be on their site to begin with, on their software to begin with. So you can actually go ahead and say, look, I ran into this. You should put this on your list, and off it goes. Right. And so they do a good job with that. There's another one called Cyber Patrol that's very popular that kind of does the same thing. You download it, you install it on your computer or on your network. There are network versions of these softwares too. And actually what it does is it puts a blocking list of sites you don't want to go to. It will also, in some cases, block some what we call spam or junk email, which you get a lot of these days from anyone trying to sell you, you know, the Queen Mary to a bridge someplace in Manhattan. So, you know, at that point in time, you need something to block that information as well. Net Nanny is another one of these packages, and it does another nice job. So, depending on your school situation, your home situation, what kind of requirements you have as far as blocking, what's your school policy for blocking software or sites is, because, you know, some people have a real issue with not censoring information from their students. Right. So with all that in mind, we should take a look at some ways to actually look at the content our children are looking at and keep them safe.
So Cyber Patrol, Net Nanny, and
Surfwatch.
And Surfwatch are three good ones.
I would say.
Okay, great. Thanks, Tom.
Sure.
We hope you've enjoyed and learned something you didn't know about the internet while watching this program. We'd love to hear from you. We've provided a place on our NetFiles website for you to express your opinion and offer suggestions or comments on the program and/or the website. Please drop us a line. Next time, we'll be focusing on Reading Month with a variety of language arts internet applications. So long. See you next time.
Files is funded in part by the Technology Innovation Challenge Grant Program, U.S. Department of Education, OERI.
Callahan. This is Net Files. In this program, we'll learn email tricks with browsers, see how to cite internet research, hear just what chat rooms are all about, and visit 2 net classrooms where students use the internet to improve writing skills. Net Files is a free program. You can tape it and take a look at it whenever you're ready to learn more about the internet. Of course, you can always go to our Net Files website 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Our homepage is located at www.netfiles.org. Our website features Net Classroom lesson plans, Net Speak terms, coming Net events, links to all the websites we talk about, and every segment of this show digitized and available for you whenever you need a refresher. Soundprint Media maintains our website. I hope you'll check it out after you watch the show. Now, here are a few NetSpeak terms you'll be learning during the program. We'll review those NetSpeak terms later. Now, without further ado, let's get started on our NetWise lesson with our Internet instructor extraordinaire, Tom Deering. Hi, Tom. How you doing today?
Fine, thanks. Angie, how about yourself?
Hey, I'm doing all right. So
Good.
we got some email tricks to learn today, huh?
Well, today is what I call a potpourri day. We've got to tie up some loose ends with some different things we haven't quite been able to squeeze in the other programs, and so we're going to try to tie up some loose ends, so to speak.
Okay.
On one of the shows, we talked about something called a portal. Okay, and so we're going to start with that. There's something called internet portals that are out there now, and these sites want you to be the entrance for all your internet information. Okay, so places like Yahoo and Excite and Alta Vista are actually creating what I call one-stop shopping for you on the internet without making reference to e-commerce. So if you go to the Yahoo site like I've done here, you can see that they offer you email on the site. They offer you a calendar you can put on the site for yourself, so you can actually go ahead and make yourself appointments, and they will email you reminders for you, when the time comes. You can.
I'm not sure I'd like that.
But it's a way to have the information for you no matter where you go.
Oh, that's excellent.
One of the problems is that if you leave something on a computer someplace else, you can't access it. Well, this is set in a website that no matter where you are, as long as you have internet access, you can go ahead and get the information.
Through the browser.
Exactly. And the reason this is so attractive for sites that want to do this is because, why? Because the more hits that a site gets, the more the advertisers pay for access to their sites. So that's one thing with portals. Another thing I want to talk about is mail. And we talked about some email situations earlier, and we want to talk about doing email through the browser on Netscape. In this particular situation, I'm going to go ahead and cancel my password. If we wanted to go ahead and make a new message, it would show up with pop up with a screen like this. Well, what I've done is I've gone ahead and I've started some information as far as starting an address book. And
that's one I need help with, address books.
Okay, well, good. So we'd go to an address book, and we would actually go ahead and create new cards. Think of a Rolodex. And so when we want to create a new card, put somebody's name in here, we just go ahead and create a new card and put their first name, their last name, their email, a nickname, and other information if you wanted to do this. So when we go ahead and write our letter, all we need to do is start typing your first name, and it goes ahead and it puts in your whole address.
Look at that.
So it puts that in there. It does a great job. You tab down and do subjects, and you could type in a test or whatever you wanted to do, and you go ahead and start typing, this is a note. Cute. Since my typing's not very good, I'll just go ahead and blow through this. Okay. One of the other things is if we wanted to put a picture in your letter, you usually have to make it as an attachment. You'd have to attach it and put it as a file that you would read somewhere else later. Well, with this browser, what you can do is go ahead and insert an image, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to choose a file, And I've gone ahead and I've put a floppy disk in this drive, and there's Angie. I took a picture of you earlier with the digital camera. And
I'm not sure I want this now.
And we go ahead and put Angie's picture in here, and we can go ahead and embed a picture right in the email letter. So before there were additional files tagged on, now they're embedded right into the email message. So lots of good things there. The address book also allows you to go ahead and create mailing lists, and there's a real easy way to go ahead and do that. Just follow the directions with the browser. Earlier we had spoken about evaluating websites and how to find those resources, and what's good and what's not so good, and what's real and what might be kind of not so quite so kosher as far as the information is concerned. But the question always remains, how do I actually go ahead and cite those resources in a paper or something else that I'm writing that shows exactly where I found this information?
Right.
Well,
and students are having to do that all the time now.
Exactly, because teachers want to know, where'd you find this?
Right.
Well, there's a website here called the Columbia's Guide to Online Style, and it tells you exactly if you find information from Telnet sites, this is how you cite it. If you if you find information from Gopher sites, from email, from CD-ROMs, things like this, all this information shows you exactly how to go ahead and cite it. So a good place to go look to get that information to actually put it in the right form.
Okay, Columbia Guide to Online Style for citing research.
That's right.
Okay, great. Thanks, Tom.
Sure.
Tom will be back for our net safety segment when we talk about chat room do's and don'ts. Right now, let's review those terms and sites Tom shared. All websites and NetSpeak terms can be found on our NetFiles website, so check us out at www.netfiles.org. Students love an opportunity to be creative and to communicate with other children. Mary Hilterbrand, 4th grade teacher at Pocosin Elementary School, used those two types of activities to help her students become descriptive writers. Come with us to her net classroom for the Monster Exchange.
It originated from a computer class my friend and I took this summer, and one of the projects we needed to do was to find an internet project to do with our classroom and fit it into our curriculum. So as we searched the net, we came across a Monster Exchange, and it seemed to fit the bill, and we adapted it to our needs, and that's how it came about. The whole process took about 2 weeks. It focuses on the writing process, which was our main focus, and also it also goes into our technology curriculum with the use of email and keyboarding too. We started by motivating the children with our own monster. We hid a monster picture. Hidden behind these doors is a monster, and I described it. Here's a description of my monster. Please try to draw her. And I gave them a chance to listen to the description and draw the monster. Then we compared their pictures with mine. Good luck. We're ready to share our pictures. Okay, here we go. Okay, here she is. Hold up your monsters and let's compare. Then it was their chance to draw their own monster. We're going to make our own monster pictures. Then we're going to describe them like I described mine, in paragraphs. It's important, first of all, that you keep your monster rather simple. Think about geometric shapes. I tried to remind them they'd need to put all of those descriptions into words.
His name is Mr. Mitch Match, and he has 2 triangle purple feet, and the arm is orange, and he has 2 side-by-side orange diamonds. You have to think about what you drew and like what it's called, and you have to get every little detail.
After they drew their monsters and described them a little bit orally,
Two squares coming out of the side. On top of that, there is a big green square.
we then went through the writing process. We described our monsters in writing in paragraphs, and we tried to do it in a sequential order, either from the bottom up or the top down, describing each shape and color as we went. And we tried to use lead-ins and closure along with it. And then we came into the computer lab after we edited and proofread our stories and got them just right. And we typed them in Microsoft Works. And then we were ready to email to our class. So we emailed them to our partner class.
He has two big scars. One scar is between the stitches of the ball and spikes. The other one is the same place but other side. Good luck. I need a lot more work on my description, like adding all the colors and stuff.
In turn, our partners did the same process, and we received email stories from them, which we then read in great detail and proceeded to draw their monsters the best we could from their details. And it was a lot of fun.
What happened when yours came back?
It was a little different than mine.
Why do you think that is?
Because I forgot to mention something in it.
Email isn't a problem for them. They have experience with it already, and we're very fortunate to have our computer lab, so they've experienced email in 3rd grade.
You can like go online and talk to people and stuff like that. I think it's a good way to communicate with other people.
It's a natural motivator. I didn't have any moaning and groaning about editing or about proofreading our stories. They were highly motivated. They were anxious and really excited about receiving their email and trying their monsters. It'll bring the cursor to the next line. Now you can get away from the center. We had so many modalities. You could see certain strengths. Some children that may have some difficulty reading at times, but yet are wonderful on the keyboard. So it was nice to see different strengths, whether it was artistic or the writing or actually the computer experience. In the lab, there are some advantages because each student is focused on their own computer. Please put your disc into the computer, but it's also hard to get eye contact with your class as you're giving directions because they're hiding behind their monitors in a way. And so that's one thing you have to overcome. You have to have little strategies to get their attention. Please put a hand on your head. I know you're ready. My partner teacher started her monsters first, and the monsters were so elaborate that we realized that it would be so impossible to describe at their level. So we started again and did our monster, and that was one thing we learned, how to get it started. I think if I did it again, I would try to involve a class from another area that we've never met before and actually send it further, and maybe getting to scanning our pictures to each other. That would be a lot of fun.
Mary Hildebrand's lesson plan is available for you to download off our website. Go to www.depfiles.org and click on Net Classroom. Here's the Monster Exchange website she used. Getting 8th grade students excited about researching a subject and then writing about that subject can be difficult. However, we found 2 teachers at St. Clair Walker Middle School with a unit that has their students excited, interested, and involved. Come with us now on a writing voyage.
I was, of course, most concerned with language arts, their writing. I really wanted them to focus on point of view. So when they chose their person, when they drew the person out of the hat, they were to then become that person on board, whether it be a crew member or first class, second class, third class passenger. So I chose a topic that I thought that the kids would really enjoy and that they would be into. Through that, I found different educational objectives that I could meet using this really important part of our history.
I believe just learning about how everything has changed from then to now and how everybody was different back then.
Well, we learned the different things that the second class passengers had to go through. I myself was transferred to the Titanic because of the coal strike.
I did Lorraine Allison, and she's a 2-year-old, so you find out all the hidden little stories, and her maid, Alice Cleaver, had taken her brother, so it was very cool to find their different life stories.
I was disappointed. I would like to have been somebody like Miss Lady Duff Gordon, but third class was sort of interesting because nobody really pays any attention to them. They just think they died because they were third class.
We talked about how important it was to be rich and how insignificant it was to be poor. I wanted them to be able to write in that first person point of view.
They said, well, why don't we jump? And the boat was still fairly high in the air. We waited till, well, he waited till with his friends, it was like 5 feet away from the water, and then they jumped in.
In order to do that, they had to do internet research. Without that research, they couldn't have taken on the persona of that person. So I integrated the internet technology because I needed to, not necessarily because that was my focus. I needed that information, and the kids needed that information, so there was no better way to get this information, to access it so quickly.
We have an ideal setup here. I teach a class called Communication Skills. It's primarily a computer skills class, word processing, spreadsheets, databases, essentially the 8th grade SOLs in technology. My problem is I have no content. I mean, I have computers and I have tools, I need content. So I'm always going to my curriculum area teachers and saying, what can we do together? And the Titanic project evolved out of that, with Connie saying, well, this is what I want them to do. I don't have a lab for them to do it in, so that was the perfect opportunity for me to say, great, I'll teach them some basic internet skills.
And in their communications class, because Karen and I work so closely together a lot of the time, they could easily, during their class, go in, type in the website, and pull up all the information they needed on their person, as well as other information about the ship itself and the social structure of the ship.
The people that built it thought they were getting real good steel, but the myth has it that the manufacturer sent them brittle steel that got real brittle in cold water, and when the Titanic hit the iceberg, instead of bending, the steel plates just shattered.
Thinking you're more powerful than nature, that was the biggest thing that the Titanic had a problem with. They said it could overcome nature, and that was sort of ironic the way it ended for it.
I learned that a lot of people went on the Titanic expecting that this was going to be the greatest point in their lives, and it was such a disaster that they probably ended up hating it and never got on a boat again.
It was a new approach to research. It wasn't just research a person and regurgitate information. It was research a person and then use that information to make things, to write things, to create the collage, to do all kinds of different things without actually having to just write out the information that they researched. Quite a few times the kids said, when is the report due? When is the report on my person due? And I kept saying, there is no report on your person. You're using the information that you gathered right now. You're never going to turn in a biography on Lady Duff Gordon. You never will.
You just have to be really flexible and give the kids some leeway to explore and experiment and learn.
I really don't know what she wants us to learn, but...
What did you learn?
I learned a lot of stuff about the Titanic and a lot of new things about the internet and how to use it more.
I could not have done it without Karen. Karen was the backbone of this entire unit. Without her providing time in her class for the children to do the research, I couldn't have done it. I would not have had enough time. It would have taken 10 weeks. She would take the kids, once I introduced the unit and they drew their names, and we had talked a little bit about Edwardian society and just kind of just skim the surface of what it was going to be like. Then they started their research in her class.
In my class, they probably worked a week worth of just finding your information and looking things up, and then a week or two of keyboarding our letters in. I used it as an opportunity just to review keyboarding skills and then to teach some tabs and things like that that they could use to make their letters.
Journal entries were an integral part of the entire process because those were their graded writing assignments. The journal entries took place from the time they boarded to the time they realized that the ship was sinking. And some students were tickled to death that they weren't going to have to write anymore after that, but some were disappointed that that was it. They couldn't write anymore. And I wanted that. I wanted that reaction.
Like, she was going to America to start a new life, and I was interested in that. But I was sort of disappointed that she died because I knew that she wanted to start a new life in America, and she was looking forward to it.
They saw the human side. They saw the human side to this tragedy.
They saw more of a reason behind it. It wasn't just that we were making something up to do. This was something they were doing out of their classes. And plus, the Titanic is such an interesting thing. The kids have all seen the movie, so they were motivated by the content area and by the fact that they needed my tools to complete the assignments in Connie's class. And so it became that kind of relationship where they were motivated to do the work.
To learn about our past, and it's like important to learn about that and to use the internet, so if we need it in life, then we know how to use it.
Most of the time, they just cringe when I say, okay, it's time to write a journal. But when they were taking on the persona of their person, it was easy for them. They were all ready and all excited to be able to write as that person.
He stayed on there with them and would die with them if he had to.
The kids are doing the learning on their own. We don't have a textbook. We're not spending our days reading facts out of books. We're learning on our own.
I wasn't all that into it at first when it first came out, but after doing the research and learning some real interesting and in-depth facts, it came to me, and you know, I really and truly enjoyed it afterwards.
At first it was overwhelming, and some students just looked at me with blank stares. How in the world are we going to do this? I don't know anything about Kate Buss. How am I ever going to find this information about her? Through the internet, it came to light for them.
And mine was quite simple because she just really enjoyed the music, and my person was Katie Buss, and she was going to visit her husband on the Titanic in San Francisco.
I got Charles Johagan, the chief baker, and I was hoping for Captain Smith because I've done a lot of research. I've studied Titanic for 6 years, so I used a combination of books that I have at home. I have an entire library of books at home, the internet, and a lot of stuff on my own website. I called it Titanic, The Sinking of the Unsinkable, and I've had roughly 7,000 hits since February.
Last year when I did this, Stephen was of course in the 7th grade, and all I heard while I was doing my unit was, please, please, please do this again next year. And he was an invaluable resource.
I didn't get any extra credit, but Ms. Wright, that is a good idea. Design a website for the Titanic.
It's a kick for him, and it's a kick for his classmates, too, to go, wow, there's somebody who's really interested in something, and look what he did with it. And I think they start thinking, what can I be interested in? How can I utilize this and do something like that?
It was 100% correlated between the two classes.
It's a good unit, it's a lot of fun, and it's the kind of thing that we're doing a lot of here, just coordinating between the computer teachers and the classroom teachers. It takes the burden off of them sometimes to get the technology integrated. It provides curriculum for me to use, and it's a perfect setup. It really is.
Piquing the kids' interest was the best part. When I realized that they were into it, then we just took it and ran with it. But that has to be the best part. It was the most fun thing that we had done. It was the most interesting. The time flew by. The lessons, I could never seem to get enough in a day. There was always something else I wanted to do. And the kids were always ready for the next challenge. Their creativity was sparked. That was the most important thing. They became creative little writers, and that's what I wanted. That is exactly what I wanted.
Connie Bonnie writes unit lesson plans with her web links for her Titanic project are available for you to download at www.netfiles.org. You'll find them by clicking on Net Classroom. And now, here's the address for the website Stephen Blue created, Titanic Sinking the Unsinkable. Now let's turn back to Tom for a little advice on net safety in chat rooms. Tom, what are some of the do's and don'ts with chat rooms?
Well, to be honest with you, Angie, if I had my druthers and most of the kids that I talk to kind of cringe when they hear me say this, I'd say just don't.
Yeah.
Because chat rooms can be a place where you can meet people and some very interesting people and have a good conversation back and forth with each other. But at the same point in time, there can be places where some people meet people that you don't want to meet.
Right,
Okay.
and there are monitored and unmonitored chat rooms, I understand.
Right, so if you're going to jump into the chat room culture, as it were, you want to be doing something in something called moderated chat rooms. In other words, there's somebody watching these postings to these bulletin boards or to these chat rooms all the time. So if something inappropriate comes up, something isn't looking good, they can just yank the post, nobody ever sees it, and things are a little bit better that way. Unmoderated chat rooms, it's open season, anything can go on in there, and things do go on in there. So the site we showed that we show you here has some basic rules for chat rooms, and basically they're the same kinds of rules for internet safety. Don't use real names, don't give out addresses, phone numbers, this kinds of things. If you get something in a chat room that's not appropriate, tell a teacher, tell a parent, this kind of thing. Follow some rules, some common sense and some safety things. Learn how to use emoticons to express your feelings. And so, if you use little keyboard characters, you can say, well, this is a smiley, or this is kind of a winking grin, or, the user's wearing glasses, this kind of thing. But chat rooms are fun, be careful, but that's what you gotta watch out for.
So buyer beware.
That's right,
Okay.
exactly.
All right, thanks a lot, Tom.
Sure.
Before we get back, let's review those NetSpeak net safety terms Tom just shared. We hope you've enjoyed and learned something you didn't know about the internet while watching this program. We'd love to hear from you. We've provided a place on our NetFiles website for you to express your opinion and offer suggestions or comments on the program and or the website. So please drop us some email in our mailbag. Next time we'll be focusing on social studies applications with ideas for Black History Month. So long. See you then.
NetFiles is funded in part by the Technology Innovation Challenge Grant Program, U.S. Department of Education, OERI.
Each day, through our satellites and telecourses, public television is reaching out across America, offering people in big cities and small towns alike learning services that might otherwise be unavailable. Public television. In our classrooms, the curriculum is vast and the seating capacity unlimited.
NetFiles is funded in part by the Technology Innovation Challenge Grant Program, U.S. Department of Education, OERI.
Hi, I'm Angie Callahan. This is NetFiles. In this program, we'll talk about web page design, learn how to get graphics, and see an HTML editor in action. We'll also visit 2 net classrooms, one in the large suburban area of Virginia Beach and the other a small rural school on Virginia's eastern shore. In both net classrooms, teachers use the internet to motivate their students. Please feel free to tape this NetFiles program. Of course, you can always go to our website 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Our homepage is located at www.netfiles.org. Our website features net classroom lesson plans, net speak terms, links to all the websites we talk about, and every segment of this show digitized and available for you whenever you need a refresher. Soundprint Media maintains our website. Now, here are a few net speak terms you'll be learning during the program. We'll review those NetSpeak terms later. Now, without further ado, let's get started on our NetWise lesson with our master teacher of the internet, Tom Deering. Hi, Tom.
Hi, Angie.
How you doing today?
Well, glad to be back.
Okay, good. What you got for us?
Well, we're going to talk a little bit about designing your own web pages today because, you know, we can do all the surfing and searching we want, but after a certain point in time, people get to the point where they say, I want one of those pages up on the net myself.
My own,
Sure.
yes.
And so one of the biggest things is electronic publishing. In other words, you know, desktop publishing was the old, you know, computer typing and stuff like this, but now we want to do it electronically on the net.
Electronic publishing.
Exactly. And so, you know, people say, well, how do I get started? And when I talk to my teachers and other students about doing their pages, I say, first you have to kind of start with low tech to go tech. In other words, what I want to have them do is I want them to actually take a piece of paper and I want them to storyboard what they're going to do on their web pages. I want them to draw me a picture of what their intent is, you know, what they want to do and how they want it to look. Once we get to that point, then we can start actually building the pages. So, you know, it hurts. People say, get me on that machine and get me going. But they really need to sit down and figure out a plan.
Draw the pictures.
Right, exactly. Have an idea of what you want to do. Once you do that, then you can go ahead and start building the pages. Now, when I first learned how to do web pages, I did the old-fashioned way by using an old text editor and all the nasty little tags and things like that.
Cumbersome is the word I've heard to describe it.
At best, at best.
Yeah.
But now there's the technology is there and the software is there that makes it very, very easy to go ahead and start building.
Absolutely.
All right. So these are called HTML editors, and there are a lot of them out there. Some of the more important names you're going to hear are things like Microsoft Front Page. You're going to hear things like Claris Homepage, Cyber Studio, these kinds of things. Basically, what it does is you write like a text, like a word processor, and it puts all the tags in there for you. So it works out really well.
That's great.
Exactly.
Terrific. No code to have to remember.
Oh, no code at all. So when we go to Claris Homepage, for example, right here, we go ahead and we see it basically looks like a page of type, you know, to type on. And so if we wanted to build a page to actually go ahead and visit the net files, we could actually make that work. So what we could say is, okay, let's visit. I'm going to show you how bad my typing is. Okay, visit the net files website. And we're going to make it just a little bit bigger. So just like in a word processor, we go ahead and we increase the text size. You know, we can go ahead
see that now.
and we can, you know, do all sorts of things like that. But now we want to make this a hot link. All right, and so, you know, pretty much you say, oh, this is really hard. How do I do this? Well, all all you need to do to make it a hot link is highlight the text, just like it is right now, and you're going to go up to something called a link editor. And what you're going to do is click here, and you're going to type an address.
So you type in the web address you want that link to go to.
Right. So we have www.netfiles.org. We hit the enter key, and almost by magic, what happens is you see on your page that it is now blue underlined text, and you can go ahead and preview the page, and it says, and you put your pointer on it, and it turns into the magic finger that tells you it's a hyperlink.
There's the link.
So it's ready to go, and
Great.
now it's a hot link. No weird stuff, no really funky things you have to do. You just type it, do the address, lock it in place, and you're set to go.
Just like changing font size almost. All you have to know is the address, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But we want a graphic to go with it, right?
Okay.
So what we're going to do is we'll go back to the NetFiles website, and we actually go ahead and we look at the picture. We say, that's really a good graphic. And we say, how do I get that? Well, it's pretty easy. If you're a Macintosh user, you just put the pointer in the middle of the picture, hold down your mouse button, and you'll see a menu come up. If you're a Windows user, same kind of thing, but you hold the right mouse button down, you see a little menu pop up. And what you do at this point in time is it says, okay, save this image as. And we're going to go ahead and it says, okay, save it as net file. And I'm going to put an S on the end of it to differentiate. And all I do is save it. And I get rid of this again. And I go back to my HTML editor. And I want to put the graphic right there where the cursor is.
Right.
All I have to do is click on a little button right here, find my graphic, tell it to go, in comes the graphic.
Wow, just like that.
Piece
That's
of cake.
terrific. That's
Right.
terrific.
Now this graphic is something called a GIF. And a GIF file is one of the kinds of graphic files used on the internet. Another one is called a JPEG, and the difference is basically this. A GIF file is going to be something more like line art, clip art, something that is not high quality but loads really very quickly on the net.
Okay, and that's GIF.
That's a GIF file. Now, or GIF, you hear it sometimes, but I think of peanut butter when I hear that all the time, so I think of GIF better. The other kind is something called a JPEG file. And a JPEG file is more for photographs, scanned images, real type photography things where you need a good clarity, good definition, and and a nice clean picture. So that kind of thing said, you can go ahead and you can start adding text to your pages and create
More
content.
links?
More
Yes.
links, more content, more graphics. So it actually works out pretty well. And when we come back and talk next show, we'll talk about some things to kind of tweak your pages to make them look a little bit more word publishing type, desktop publishing type, rather than just plain, dump it line by line by line. And we'll talk about more things to do as far as creating your pages and how to make them look attractive to the viewers and make them coming back time after time.
Which is what we want people to do, absolutely,
sure
whenever
hope
we
so.
design a website.
Exactly.
Okay, Tom. Well, thank you, Tom. Tom will be back with our net safety segment when we'll learn about the use of student information on the internet. Right now, let's review those terms Tom shared. NetSpeak terms can be found on our NetFiles website, so check us out at www.netfiles.org. Cheryl Wolford teaches study skills class and computer exploration classes at Independence Middle School. We visited her net classroom to see her students in action learning organizational skills along with some African American history.
This is a study skills class. I concentrate a lot on organization because if you keep your information in the right place, you have it so that when it comes time to study for a test or to find information to write a report, then you'll know exactly where to go.
I like this class. I think that I made a good choice in picking this class.
Because it's fun to get on the internet and use the computer.
I don't treat the course as an academic course. I treat it more as lessons in how to live and how to get through life, not only in school, in college, but later on when you get out into the workforce. I would like us to create a bookmark for this site because we're going to be coming back to it. Click once on bookmarks. Ta-da, you've bookmarked the site. Last year, our computer lab went online, and I just thought that it was such a neat idea to have the kids go online because that's what a great motivator.
that is, for all children. Everybody wants to be able to say they've been online. All righty, first thing I'd like you to do, please, the person that's using the mouse, if you would put your pointer on Netscape Communicator and click. This will get us online.
The internet is the best way to find information.
It's a faster way to get there.
There are so many, many different educational opportunities available for the kids on the internet.
If I have a project to do at school, I always can rely on the internet to find the answers.
The study skills objectives were researching information. This was valuable in helping them learn to skim lots of material, looking for keywords, and the opportunity to do it in a more non-traditional setting.
We learned a lot of details about different people that I didn't know before.
Truly, Black history is a very important part of our heritage.
I've mostly learned that the people in the Black history were all slaves, mostly slaves, and were freed from the slavery.
It's kind of weird that people don't talk about it because they're really important.
Made me feel more respectful for them.
If you noticed in the lesson, we created bookmarks, we talked about search engines, and we also, very, very fundamental to working with the internet in the schools, is we discussed the acceptable use policy. Being online is a privilege, not a right. It is very, very important that you only go to the sites that are used in the lesson plan for today for study skills, and our topic is Black History Month.
I know a lot of Black history, just not all the people that went through it that are on the computer.
They weren't treated equally, and they had less rights.
This is the first time in a lesson that I have let the kids conduct a net search, which was done on day one of the project. And I was a little worried about letting them do that. We did a search or a query on a topic that we were studying. What was the search or the query on, Matt?
Black history.
Black history. And we used something called a search engine to find information on Black history. I made sure that it was a very controlled net search, and they really enjoyed doing that.
Because even if you're like not even Black, it would still be unique to find out something like what happened back then if you didn't live it.
I think it's better than just working on pencil and paper because you don't get like cramps in your hand.
Okay. Would you go up to the search button? It's right beside the home button, and click once. My advice to teachers that are not used to using the internet is to make sure that you go through the lesson yourself. You need to be careful that you don't go someplace that you haven't thoroughly researched.
Well, they've contributed a lot because without them, I guess we wouldn't be as well fought along as we are. It would be a lot harder for us to live without famous African Americans like George Washington Carver or Booker T. Washington, you know, and Harriet Tubman. We would still have slaves and stuff, and I think they helped out a lot.
I'm hoping that they come away with a little bit of information, possibly in the form of trivia that they learned maybe about Sojourner Truth, that because of her size and her voice, a lot of people thought that she was masculine, or information about Harriet Tubman and the Underground Railroad. A lot of the kids found out things that they didn't know. Hey, Mrs. Wolford, I didn't know that, you know, Harriet Tubman used sedatives for the children so they wouldn't make any noise as they were slipping through the night.
Harriet Tubman was like the conductor of the Underground Railroad.
All right, go to bookmarks, go down to the Internet African American History Challenge and click. Okay, click on level 2 and have fun. Different kids learn in different ways. We have seeing learners, and we have hearing learners, and we have doing learners. And the internet really caters to all different types of learners. It keeps their attention because it's so colorful, and you know, things are changing all the time. And then certainly the doing learners have the mouse and they can click, and especially the interactive games and questions that are part of the lesson plan that I use. It really works well with all kinds of learners. Plus, it's cool.
Wolford's lesson plan is available for you to download off our website. Go to www.netfiles.org and click on Net Classroom. Here's the main website Cheryl used. In just a moment, you'll meet 3 special people who use the internet to learn. They all live on Virginia's Eastern Shore. The day we visited history teacher Cecilia Baker, she was not only teaching students Ken Kroll and Nathan Horner history, she was also teaching them how to design web pages. Come with us now to hear Cecilia's thoughts on why the internet is so important to instruction.
I lived here all my life. Like in the summertime, they have beaches around here, and you can go fishing. I have all my family right here around me. That's one of the best things about living around here.
I was born in Florida, and I moved to California after living 9 years in Florida, and then Hawaii. That's when we started heavily using computers then. I had a lot of fun, and then moving here was a totally different experience. I had never lived away from a city. And then here, moving into the rural areas of Virginia was a totally different experience.
I'm from Missouri originally, and all we had was the Mississippi River. And ever since I've seen the ocean, I always loved to live close to an ocean. I went into teaching because my last few years at Chase Manhattan, I took part in this program called Adopter Class, and I had probably one of the worst junior high schools in Brooklyn. And I adopted a class of 7th graders, and I did that for 3 or 4 years, and I loved it. And it got to be that when I went to work, the thing that I looked forward to was Wednesdays when I got to either go and see my kids and teach them, or when I got to bring them back to work or to take them on field trips. And I love kids, and I love teaching them. You can see the slave in the background, and that's this, because this is Black images in Western art. If you really want to know about history, you have to be rounded, and you have to look at the connections. And one of the things that the internet does is that it helps the kids to see the connections.
I think everybody should learn how to use the computer, to use the internet and basic functions in there.
It's great because you shouldn't have to sit down all day and read books and stuff because it gets boring after a while.
My students don't like to read. And if I ask them to read in the textbook, it's like I'm a firm believer in reading, and I always tell them that the only way that you become educated is if you read. But they don't like the textbook. The textbook is not particularly well written, number one. Number two, the vocabulary level is written at a higher level than most of the students have. I found clearly written prose that teaches about history. They have interactive quizzes where they get to keep taking the quiz, and my only requirement is that they keep taking the quiz until they get everything correct.
Some of the websites, they had quizzes on what we knew, and we took a lot of those quizzes, and it helped us enrich what we knew about history when we did the quizzes. So we were learning and having fun at the same time.
So then that way they learn about the history, they kind of have fun, and for them, they don't really think that they're reading, when in fact they're doing a lot of reading because they're on the internet. But it just is not the same as if I told them, sit down, read the textbook, and answer sections 1, 2, and 3. I mean, if I tell them to do that, they're like, Miss Baker, why are you mad at us?
Our other classes, we are usually piled with work, and so we rarely get time to go in here. But I like how this class we can go into. This class, we can go into the computer lab and research our stuff, which is, I mean, the internet is so big and there's so much to research that you have sometimes more than enough information.
A lot of times the history book, for whatever reason, makes these grand statements without providing any evidence for them. And I asked the kids, so, you know, like I had one child once told me, he says, Miss Baker, he says, how can they jump to these conclusions? I said, that is an excellent point. I said, it's really inappropriate. I said, they should have to substantiate conclusions that they're making. And so they'll go on the internet and they search and they find out for themselves.
I find that using a computer is much easier, and it's somewhat more reliable, and it's has more information than basically using your books or a dictionary.
It's like you can find anything you want unless it's blocked.
So what I want you to do is see if you can put the cursor down in the middle below the picture, not even anywhere close to the picture. Yeah. It's not letting us do that. But if the children have control over the learning, they assume responsibility and they will learn more. The kids don't complain about the outside materials that they have to read. See, beforehand, what I would do is I would get the information off of the computer at home, make copies and bring it in here, and they're like, we have no choice. This way, if I say, well, you have your choice of reading one of these 5 narratives on this subject, they get to pick which one they want to read. One of the objectives was to meet the state's technology requirements. As you know, the children, when they come to high school, should have already demonstrated proficiency in creating web pages, downloading images, and creating hypertext documents. Of course, most of the students that I have are freshmen, and mostly they come into high school not being able to do any of those things.
I think the main reason that she wants us to do these web pages is to help us, well, one, we had to use historical information on it to help us with our history, and then 2, to give us an awareness about how to make a web page, because I believe that's a requirement for children our age.
So I try to make sure that at least by the time they leave my class, they will know how to do those. The other things is that they have to know how to do research. And then thirdly, because I thought that in this school, we don't teach Black history as a separate course. And it when we finish the web pages and upload them, it will provide the opportunity for every one of the students who's here in school to learn a little bit more about Black history, to have access to it if they want to do a research project.
They don't get enough credit for like what they've been doing. Like every time you stop at a stoplight, you just like you're seeing a Black African American sitting there because he was the one that invented the stoplight.
I think no slavery should happen, and I think they should focus on what happened wrong back in the older days, and why we should look over this, because it's a serious thing and that we don't want it to happen again to any other minority group.
Put your cursor there next to the picture. You know, and for some of the kids, like following instructions is a big thing, but almost everyone was able to successfully create a web page. And I found that it didn't really matter whether they were technical students or whether they were academic students, that both of them will be able to create the web pages, and both of them are able to find information and to learn by using the internet.
You had to know how to copy the pictures and then paste them on the web page.
What appeals to them is the fact that they have some control over the information that they get. And once a person has internalized their control, then they're more apt to take responsibility for their learning. I mean, that's what I found.
I think art's a very good topic to do something on, and it just thrills me a lot. I'm putting pictures on my webpage for Black history. Some of them have African Americans in them, and some of them were made by African Americans. This is very abstract too, as you can tell, because it doesn't look realistic like a real painting. This one by Justice Englehart Kahn. It's basically of a little schoolboy that has a African American friend helping him. This one is called The Portrait of Jean Baptiste Belly. It's by Anne Lois Giraudet. It's a pretty nice painting because it looks like you got the African American. It's like he's leaning on the white man.
It's like within doing what I asked them to do, they still have a lot of freedom to explore their own interests.
I'm studying this for my website about African Americans in the military since the American Revolution, and it's going from the Revolutionary War to now. And Colin Powell, who is the former head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he's one of the first African Americans to be a general, and he also was one of the first to be in the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
This lesson will take about 2 blocks to complete, and that's only because some of them will be completed, we'll finish it in 1 block. Some will take a little bit longer because my students have different ability levels. You have some who I have 2 classes of technical students and 1 class that is an academic class, but I give them all the same assignments. They each were supposed to do at least 6 images and have at least 6 links. And I just evaluate on how they, as long as they meet the basic objectives, and then they're free to design it any way that they want. And so for me, it's like the thing I like with it is that the internet is a leveler. Everything is a leveler. It's like, doesn't matter your ability, what matters is your desire. So we have 2 kids, very different abilities. If you looked at their records, you'd see like totally different abilities, totally different backgrounds, each capable. I find that both can be very successful, and it doesn't matter that, you know, one is labeled that they are quote unquote a technical student and the other one is the academic student. They both can do it. It's because they really enjoy it, and for me, it enables them to be creative and to assume personal control. And I frankly like it when they get enthusiastic about discovering things. I mean, that makes me feel good.
Cecilia Baker's lesson plan with web links is available for you to download at www.netfiles.org. You'll find them by clicking on Net Classroom. Here are some of the sites her students use to develop their web pages. Let's turn back to Tom for a little advice on how to deal with student information on the internet. What should we do, Tom?
Well, you know, a lot of schools, most schools now have an AUP or acceptable use policy for, you know, guiding students about, you know, being on the internet and what's appropriate and what's not. Sure. And now that we've gotten to a point where students are publishing their own web pages, now there's a second situation we have to deal with, and that's dealing with student information, pictures, names, that kind of thing, you know, in their web pages. Right. Because, you know, they're proud of their work and they want to let everybody know who's doing this. But there's the other side, and that's the same side as the child safety on the net that says, look, we got to be careful about putting out information that might, you know, trail back to the kids and that kind of thing. And so, you know, we have to look at what our school policies are regarding electronic publishing, and if we don't have a policy regarding electronic publishing, then we need to look at our school's policies regarding just student information and publications in general. So as we're moving to more student publishing on the net, more schools are developing specific guidelines for information that's appropriate for kids putting on the internet.
Right, so just make sure your school has some sort of policy.
That's right, and adhere to it. Be very careful.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tom.
Sure.
We hope you've enjoyed and learned something you didn't know about the internet while watching this program. We'd love to hear from you. We've provided a place on our NetFiles website, so please drop us some email in our mailbag. Next time, we'll be focusing on art and music in our schools. So long. See you then.
NetFiles is funded in part by the Technology Innovation Challenge Grant Program, U.S. Department of Education, OERI.
Edward R. Murrow said it most simply. This instrument can teach. It can illuminate. Yes, and it can even inspire. But it can do so only to the extent that humans are determined to use it to those ends. This instrument can teach. Public television.
Net Files is funded in part by the Technology Innovation Challenge Grant Program, U.S. Department of Education, OERI.
Hi, I'm Angie Callahan. This is Net Files. In this program, we'll talk with students who've been emailing a class in the Netherlands for the past 5 months. We'll find out how they improve their writing and typing skills while helping their key pals learn English as a second language. We'll also go along with a Net classroom on a web quest as they try to decide whether they'd rather live by an earthquake or a volcano. In our internet lesson, we'll talk about things to do and sites to visit during the summer. And we'll get some good advice on how to be web-savvy parents. Please feel free to tape this Net Files program for future reference. In addition, you can always visit our Net Files website. Soundprint Media maintains our site. Our homepage is located at www.netfiles.org. Now, without further ado, let's go visit those sites with our super surfer of the internet, Tom Deering. Hi, Tom. How are you today?
Fine, thanks. Yourself?
I'm doing well. You've got
Good.
some great sites for us to take a look at today.
Well, since we've come to the end of our first year and it's time for summer vacation, we thought we'd give the people out there some options because the internet sort of gets in your blood and you just can't go cold turkey. So if you don't have access at home, you can go to a public library or you can go to other places that would have internet access and take a look at some of these sites. So anyway, so here we go. If you're traveling this summer and you want to find out about where you're going, what places you're going to be visiting, you can actually go to a place that's put up by Yahoo, and it's called local.yahoo.com. And what you can do is you can pick your state, any state you want to. I'm from Minnesota.
Okay.
So I'll pick on good old Minnesota.
All right.
And I can go there and I can pick up a site and it will show me areas up there in the cities. Tells me about the weather, tells me about the community, the education, the employment, cultural things that are happening, all those kind of good things about, you find out when you're traveling, but you can do a little homework before you go. Or you can take virtual trips. If there's a place you've always wanted to visit and you want to find out about it and the links that are available for that area, then go ahead and do a little virtual traveling.
Sure, and that's at Yahoo, correct?
Right.
Okay.
It's part of their site. You don't see, it's not really well advertised, but it's local.yahoo.com, and we showed the address earlier, so people can go ahead and log into that.
Terrific.
If you are traveling, there are 2 good map places to go ahead and see, and one I think we've showed before on this show is called MapQuest. And MapQuest, you can get traveling directions, driving directions, or if you just want maps of different addresses, you can get it there. There's a new one that's out that's pretty good as well. It's called Map Blast.
Oh, I haven't gone to Map Blast. I use MapQuest all the time for directions.
Right. So
Even locally.
Oh, sure, exactly.
Yes.
If you're driving someplace and you don't know where you're going, it works really well. Well, Map Blast does a lot of the same things. It gives you a map of a U.S. address, yellow pages, but what's really interesting is it gives you world maps. If you want to find out about a city in a different country, wherever you're going, you can actually go ahead and type in, I'm going to Japan in a couple of days.
I know.
And so I typed in Kitakyushu, Japan, and it showed me a map of where the city lies as far as the country is concerned on the water and this kind of thing. So national maps, Canadian maps are part of Map Blast as well.
That's
so
terrific.
Good sites. All right, so we've done our traveling, and now we're going to go have we're going to be educationally sound now. Okay.
That's good.
And lots of good educational sites on the net. The Discovery Channel has a website that they've put up, and it coincides with a lot of their television shows, obviously. And it talks about, all these good things, the amazing Earth, world empires, planet of life. And you can go to any of those places that you want to. Get great books, and it gives you all of these things. If you're a teacher, you can, if you're kind of kicking back a little bit, you can go look at the lesson plans in Kathy Schrock's guide, which is always a good place to visit.
Absolutely.
The Smithsonian Institute is online, all their museums, great place to go visit. Exploratorium is a place that deals with science issues, science projects, science topics, and hopefully they'll come up online here pretty soon, and if they don't, we'll have to go away. There we go. But they've got a good site here, and it talks about frogs, and it talks about the sports science and the learning studio. Lots of neat stuff at the Exploratorium, so always a good place to visit. National Geographic you can't lose with.
Absolutely.
It's just really a great site, and this year, if this one comes up, I believe this month they go to Monterey. And lots of neat things happening in Monterey and Monterey Bay.
Oh,
and
that's
you can
terrific,
survey the sanctuary, meet the beasts, all this kind of good stuff.
Take a little virtual trip.
Exactly. It works out really well. let's get away from the education. Let's go back to some fun.
Okay,
if you're a baseball fan, since we're in this part of the country, we're on the East Coast, you can always go to Orioles Online and talk about, find out about the team and their schedules. And every team, every Major League Baseball team, if you're a baseball fan, has a website that you can go ahead and check on the schedules and how their record is, and special interviews with the players and this kind of thing. And that works out really, really well. So if you're a baseball fan, you can do that. Go to a search engine if you want to find information on surfing or boogie boarding or what do you want to do.
Involved with.
That's right. Just go ahead and take a look. Use some of the things we've talked about during the show during the year and have fun. One of the things I want to talk about next season in more detail, something called MP3. If you're into downloading audio or doing music from the internet, this is a hot place to go to. They said they've already had 27 million downloads from their site.
Wow.
So you can go ahead and listen to this and all sorts of music. There's children's music, there's books, there's easy listening, and you can listen to music online. Helps to have a good fast connection because the download times are a little bit crunchy if you have a 28.8 or a 33.6 or even a 56K modem. If you're on a good fast connection, it works out really well. Other suggestions, make that web page that you want to make. We've showed, Netscape has a free web page creation software. So go ahead and just try your hand at making a small page with favorite links of your own and keep it on your own desktop or your own computer hard drive to do what you want to. And last but not least, get away from the computer.
Spend some time outdoors this
That's
summer
right.
in the sunshine.
Step back, have a little fun away from the machinery and enjoy it, and we'll look forward to seeing everybody in the fall.
Okay, well, those are some good sites to visit.
Good.
Thanks, Tom.
My pleasure.
We'll be back with our net safety segment and Tom, and we'll get some tips on how to be more diligent about monitoring our children surfing. Right now, let's review those sites Tom shared. Links to all selected sites are on our NetFiles website. Go to www.netfiles.org. Great Neck Middle School teacher Rick Swift says he's always online. He found a teacher in the Netherlands through one of the listservs he subscribes to, interested in exchanging communication with another school. That teacher was specifically interested in helping his students learn English as a second language. Mr. Swift said he just had to do it. Over the 5-month project, his students improved their skills, made new friends, began to see themselves as part of the global society, and had fun. Let's hear their side of the story now.
I think it was pretty cool because I really wanted to write to people from other parts of the world.
Just being able to communicate with them, just find out that they're about the same as us.
I think it's fun because, you get to learn about different people, what they do and how they do it.
This is a project from IECC. It's an intercultural email classroom connection group.
I think the most interesting thing that I learned was that someone so far away still has so much that's the same.
They're so like us, but they're so far away. You would think that they were more different.
The project was designed by the University of Amsterdam as a teleproject for students to learn English. This teacher in the Netherlands was interested in exchanging communications with another school, and I just had to do it.
My person's name is Charlotte. She likes music a lot, and she knows 3 different languages, Dutch, French, and a little bit of English.
Her name is Joyce Gillian. She was born in Veer. She speaks 4 languages.
My person's name is Ron Ackerman. He's 12 years old. He's from Niederwort. Yeah, you have to be patient with people who don't know how to speak English well.
Certainly the English elements that include writing, spelling, composition, adding details, those were really just kind of an intrinsic part of it.
I think writing letters, I got better from practice because of the guidelines that we had to go by.
My typing skills improved, and I learned to be more open, give more details, and write letters better.
It's the global sense that I really enjoy getting into.
My person is Margie. She lives on a pig farm. It's like just different, and like no one in our class, or I don't think in our entire school lives on a farm or a pig farm.
And the sense that the students can share something with other students of their own age.
I haven't been around snow and stuff, and they do skiing, and I haven't done that much, and apparently she really likes it, so it just sounds like something fun and interesting I might want to try.
We tried to encourage them to write letters cleanly, to use proper sentence structure that we would in English, so that we could demonstrate the language and help the students in that way.
He improved. Like at first he didn't know what words to use in the sentences, but now it's just like talking to somebody right across the street or something. Michael Van Naar, he's cute, I guess you could say.
We haven't encouraged romance, but we certainly have encouraged some, sharing of feelings and details about what life is like, on the other side of the ocean.
Her name's Maud, and she's from Virt, and she likes jazz dance. I have no idea what that is, so can't really explain that.
I know some students corrected spelling, straightened sentence structure out, and questioned some things like, verb tenses and that. They certainly didn't act like teachers. They were acting like teenagers and kind of helping them out in that way.
When sometimes you'd be reading them and you'd see a word that's misspelled, but you could always understand that they don't really know because they're just starting to learn English.
I think that the fact that they get a response in this type of letter writing and get a response very quickly encourages them to write more details, encourages them to put a little more effort into their skills as English students.
It helped me to put in more periods and to expand, check my spelling and try to do better.
Example.
Yeah.
There'll be 10 letters completed. I'll review each one of them with the students and determine a fair grade. You don't have to have a lab situation. You can work on one computer and store the letters until everybody's got them and then send them all out at once. The other thing that I would mention about listservs is that I would try them one at a time. You do get automatic mail from them all the time, so just get your feet wet by trying one at a time. And if it doesn't seem to be too overwhelming, you can try others. And also make sure you hold on to all the information they send so you can unsubscribe. I get messages from almost every curriculum area. It's not just English-based. There are science activities, there are PE activities, art activities, all from this same project listserv, and I think that's a great way to integrate the curriculum technology into the curriculum.
Well, I couldn't type that fast, but now I can type better, and I can get onto the internet a lot faster.
Having a pen pal, because it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, because I think we've both learned a lot from each other.
It's the excitement that the kids can share that with other students. That's really cool.
One of the other interesting activities Rick Swift does for students at Great Neck Middle is to design an internet challenge each month based on topics being covered in core classes. If students take him up on the challenge and do the research, they receive extra credit. Now here's the site he encourages you to visit to get your feet wet in inter-classroom exchanges. The short-term goal of a web quest is knowledge acquisition and integration. Students deal with a significant amount of new information and make sense of it. The long-term goal is extending and refining knowledge. Students deeply analyze a body of knowledge, transform it, and demonstrate understanding by presenting it in some way. Web quests are usually done as group activities and include role-playing. Recently, we visited a group of students on one of their web quests. Let's join them now and find out what techniques they use to answer a difficult question.
At Kemp's Landing, all teachers are required to write unit plans for every unit. Each teacher on a team must contribute to the unit plan. Every unit must have a technology component.
Okay, today I'm going to take you on a web quest. I know you've been talking about volcanoes and earthquakes in class.
I love working with teachers integrating technology. I know the software, and they know their curriculum.
What you're going to do is actually go on a quest and decide if you had to live someplace, would you rather live near a volcano or an earthquake? And what you're going to do is research and find out which one is worse to live next to. So what you're going to do, first of all, is go to a site. There's a little piece of paper that's on top of your computer that has the URL, the Uniform Resource Locator, the web address. Go ahead and get into Netscape and type in the web address, please, and then I'll go and talk about your quest.
But basically, a web quest is it's a quest on the web. It's normally a teacher's already done it for you. The lesson plan's already on the website. The links have already been researched. And basically, the students have to find information researching the internet. And instead of just searching, that still scares me that for a child just to click that search button and put in a few words. We are using a filtering software. However, filtering software is not 100%.
This web quest is called Earthquakes versus Volcanoes, and it's an internet web quest on earth science.
And so I feel much more comfortable going to the sites first. A teacher would never show a video without previewing it, hopefully. A teacher should never take a student to an internet site without searching it. It's like, letting your students loose in Washington, D.C. and say, okay, kids, have fun, learn about D.C., and I'll see you back at 5 o'clock. Get on the bus.
You will be working together with a group of students in class. Where I'm talking about right now is the process and resources. Go ahead and scroll down a little bit. There are 4 sites here. There's volcano earthquakes, Earth's interiors. There's an earthquake home preparedness guide, as well as terms. I want each group to one person pick one of those topics and read it. Okay? Now, what you're going to have to do, though, once I break you into groups, is to quickly decide who's going to be the leader of the group. Because you have 4 people working in a group, and you have 4 Indians and no chiefs, nothing's going to get done.
They need to be guided. You need to watch them. And so this is why web quests are so great, because all the work's been done for the teacher. Teachers are very busy. Teaching is a very demanding job, and to integrate technology into a curriculum that already you don't have time to teach, and teachers don't have time to do quality integration. But there are many, many sites that's already been done for them. The lesson is already there. Just preview the site, go to the links, and see if it will work in their curriculum.
Okay, so the first thing you're going to do is pick a leader, and then after you pick a leader, the leader's going to decide what everybody's going to research. Now, let's go down a little bit further. There are some questions you need to answer. There are 7 questions having to do with volcanoes, and there are 6 questions having to do with earthquakes. I want you to scroll down a little bit and find the questions. So altogether, there are 13 questions. 13 questions, how can one person answer 13 questions in 20 minutes? But what you'll find out is that 4 people become little experts. Then you can bring all your knowledge together and make a wise decision.
The students here know a lot about computers, and probably some of them know more than I know about computers. So I have to keep on my toes so that I'm one step ahead of them.
Then what you're going to do is get back as a group and decide which one is more powerful or which one you do not definitely want to live next to. And then what I'm going to do is have you get onto our server. I'm going to teach you how to save to the server. You're all going to save your paragraphs, and then you're going to merge it into one document. And then you're going to have to defend your document in class. You're welcome to write notes on the computer. You all know how to do that as you're researching. There are links for you to find the information. Behind the volcano section, there's quite a few links. And after the earthquake section, there's quite a few links. You'll be able to find all the answers at these links. It's like a little scavenger hunt is what it is. Okay.
information about our questions. We're gathering about volcanoes and the effects of volcanoes on people around them.
One question was, are volcanoes like randomly placed on the Earth's surface, or are they located in a pattern? And I found the answer, and it is they're located in specific places, especially along fault lines in the ocean. One being the Mid-Atlantic Ridge and the other being the Ring of Fire. They're the two basic ones. And ones that you don't see patterns to are located above hot spots.
Right now, I'm trying to find out a little bit about Mount St. Helens, and where the questions, like, you want to give them an example question?
Yeah, one of the questions is what causes the ground to shake during an earthquake? And we're doing research at this Quest website to find out information about tectonic plates.
We're gathering like stuff like about P waves and S waves and like how, what causes the earth to shake, the ground to shake, what causes the most destruction.
Stop typing, stop talking, okay? Because I need to get your attention right now. Okay, you've done your research. Hopefully you found out enough research to make an intelligent decision. What you're going to do is get into a group and first of all decide which one would you live near. And then you're going to say why. And it has to be at least 4 paragraphs. Everybody's going to contribute to this.
Well, I can't really decide because we have to compile our answers.
We haven't really conversed yet, but we've learned that there's like a bunch of different advantages, disadvantages. Like for earthquakes, you can bolt down your house, but then again, if the force is too strong, it'll just shatter.
Right now, I'm thinking more along the lines of a volcano. I'm not sure.
Although earthquakes aren't exactly as predictable, volcanoes also have earthquakes like right along with them. So why go through twice as much trouble when you can only have one? So.
Earthquake.
Yeah,
I'd rather live near an earthquake because you can't control like lava ripping your house apart and stuff.
You can build more stable foundations and you can predict easier.
Look up here at the screen. No one talk, okay? Come on, let me have your attention. Okay. What you're going to do is save to the server, and we're going to go slowly how to do it, okay? What you're going to do is go to File, Save As. What we're going to do is actually go to a server that's called Student on the VBPS. That's actually Drive H. Go ahead and click on that server. Then there's a folder called Kids Work. And the very first folder is Flanagan. Right now, there should be nothing in there. Oh, a couple of students already found it. Okay? This is where I want you to save. And then what you're going to be able to do, what's so great about being on a network, okay, on a server, is every single computer in this classroom has access to that folder, even from your classroom. Now, what you're going to do, leaders, is you're going to open up the other 3 documents and you're going to copy and paste. So all 4 paragraphs will be in your presentation. Does everybody understand the directions? Okay. Go ahead and start working. First decide what you want to live next to, and then everybody's going to write their statement.
I think it's pretty cool. You get to answer questions that they give you, and I think it makes you do research to compare in real-life situations if you had to move there, for example.
You can certainly modify this. If you have 1 computer in the classroom, you could have 3 to 4 to 5 students working on this quest. And you can print it. If you don't have the computer in the classroom, you can certainly print this quest too. The only problem is the websites, but you can certainly print out the websites. You can be creative. Not everybody has an internet link in their classroom. There's a program called WebWhacker. You can certainly webwhack the sites and put it on your standalone computer without the internet access, and it's like they're on the internet.
We're learning how to apply all this stuff that we've learned in the past unit to real-life situations.
Yeah, I love WordQuest. They're fun.
Many of the sites actually have built-in rubrics that you don't even have to figure out how to grade the students after they do the project or do their quest. There's a rubric to print out to give to your students, and the students know exactly what they need to do to earn an A in this project. Dylan, why don't you come up here, and can you print out your presentation?
In a house, if you live near an earthquake zone, you can build stronger door frames and much stronger house that will be a lot safer in case of an earthquake.
Thank you very much. That is our presentation.
Why reinvent the wheel? You know, if there's a quality product out there,
why can't I print it and use it in my classroom and make the modifications that I need to meet my students' needs? And this is a wonderful site for teachers to spend some time this summer researching. It's broken up into elementary, middle, high school, as well as subjects. The teachers are writing web quests, and I really like them.
So which would you rather live next to, an earthquake or a volcano? To find the Earthquake versus Volcano WebQuest lesson plan, go to this site. If you're interested in exploring a wide variety of WebQuest opportunities for your classroom, check out this site. When children have free time and an internet connection, it's important to keep an eye on what sites they're visiting. Let's turn back to Tom now for some advice on how to be savvy web watchers. How do we do it, Tom?
Well, it's tough because it's, you can't be with your kids all the time, and
Sure.
so you want to instill some ideas as far as what's right, what's appropriate for them to